This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Absolutely beautiful bronze sunrise over these fast-moving clouds as we sit on a high point here at Pridelands. Absolutely beautiful. Can't wait to see what the rest of the day brings. Welcome to your safari live from the African bush. Isn't this a beautiful start to a day? It almost looks like we're sitting above the clouds here. We're on the highest point here at Pridelands, and oh man, I always love the view, especially when there's clouds like this. It always makes me wonder what the day is going to bring. It's such a wonderful way to start, and also gives you this sense of excitement and adventure. I can't wait. Hi everyone, my name is Mike. Behind the camera is Odie, and you joined us here at Eco Training's Pridelands Conservancy. And yes, we just come to this high point here called the 8-span or the outspan. There's an old wagon which was found here a while back, and we just thought we'd enjoy this gorgeous golden sunrise whilst we wait to see what might make noise on this rather cold and blustery morning. It was quite windy yesterday afternoon as well, but we're in for a few days of cold weather, and I wonder how this is going to affect how the animals behave. I guess we'll have to wait and find out. But look at that. Oh, it's a sunrise sandwich. I think we should do a competition. Who's got the best sunrise? I think we've got this one in the bag. Oh, and the quillias fly through. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, I'm so excited. The quillias are incredible at this time of year. I've never seen them like this before. Flocks of hundreds, sometimes thousands of them flying into the Pridelands area to eat the grass seeds that are falling, the last of the season, before the spring starts properly, and come and drink water at the water holes that are here in Pridelands, of which there aren't many in the other areas. So let's see what the day brings.
Here we have got a brown tawny eagle. I nearly said a brown eagle, which of course is a totally nonsensical thing to say. That is a tawny eagle, and you are most welcome on this morning's safari. My name is James Hendry, and making his world premiere debut solo on camera is Mpho. There is his thumb. Now, the reason I'm sitting here, observing a pretty average picture of a tawny eagle, is of course that tawny eagles often like to sit around where something has been murdered, because they like to feast off the murders of other predators. And so I've just been sitting here to see if we can hear anything else, but I don't know that there's anything in the offing in this particular area. Tawny eagles obviously also have to just sit sometimes and sleep somewhere, and perhaps that's what this one was doing. Let me just quickly cast my binoculars on this bird. Yes, it is as I thought. A ruffled, rather scruffy tawny eagle. Remember to talk to us. You can do that using the hashtag WildEarth on the tweet. Alternatively, you can use the chat stream on Twitch. Alternatively, you can use the chat stream on YouTube. Alternatively, if you happen to be under the age of 18 or very good at pretending you're under the age of 18, you can use Kids Questions at wildearth.tv. That's Kids Questions at wildearth.tv. No apostrophe for the kids, which I suppose is not very good, because it might be teaching incorrect grammar. goodness knows. Human grammar these days could hardly get worse. So, tawny eagle 'tis. I don't think he's looking at anything particularly amazing, and so I think we shall continue from where we are now sitting.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to Untitled Private Game Reserve. We've just found this big white rhino bull, and he's standing on top of a massive midden, and he's just taking in, sorry, my name is Grant, and behind the camera is Craig, and yeah, we're out here in Phinda Private Game Reserve. We had some rain last night, so you might see a bit of mist on the camera. We do apologize about that if it's a bit misty, but this was too good of an opportunity to pass up not showing you this behavior. So he has already defecated and done his sort of scent marking, territorial scent marking scraping that he does. So he'll drop dung and he'll scrape his feet in that dung. And now look what he's actually doing. He's actually tasting some of the dung of the other rhino that's been left behind there. Now I can't see his mouth, but he's actually lifting up his top lip. He's actually lifting up his top lip and doing the phlegm and grimace, which is quite difficult to see with a rhino. Look at his mouth movement. He's actually sucking in air with his mouth and busy tasting the air around that dung. So he's got that vomeronasal organ, the Jacobson's organ, in the roof of his mouth, and he's busy taking in all those smells there with his mouth and passing the scent over that gland. Sorry, over that sensory organ in his mouth, and trying to interpret the smell. So he'll be able to tell the sex of the rhino that's dung he's smelling, and if it's a female, he'll be able to tell her reproductive status. Now let's see, he hasn't sprayed urine yet, but another thing that they do tend to do is on any prominent bush, they will stand with their back facing towards it and spray urine backwards towards it, just claiming that this area is his. Are we going to just sit here with him for a little bit longer and see what he does?
So a warm welcome to Ambient Ngala. Have a look at this scene. So we have wild dogs here that stole a kill from a leopard, and then the hyenas. So the wild dogs are chasing the hyenas, and look up at the top of this tree. We actually have a leopard up in the tree as well. So this is such a incredible scene to watch. So we just want to go back to on the ground, so those hyenas are currently feeding. So before we carry on, just to watch them, so I just wanted to introduce, I'm Nikki, I'm going to be your ranger for this morning, and on camera with me is Gert. So just heading back to these hyenas and wild dogs. So this morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion, and one of the other rangers started calling it in. And basically what happened is, I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. Annalise, I agree with you. The hyenas definitely always crash the party, but you can hear there's one hyena coming in. It's actually the wild dogs chasing this one back. You can see there's a lot of blood around this one's back, and that's because of where the wild dogs actually bit that hyena. But what an incredible sighting. So this male leopard was probably the one that made that kill. As it was dragging the kill onto the bank, those wild dogs came, quickly chased the leopard off, took the kill, and then before they knew it, the hyenas came in. But listen to the hyenas as they're fighting over that carcass. There's actually more hyenas coming in. Miley, they probably are going to be around about the same. Because with wild dogs and hyenas, whenever there's a carcass, they'll feed as quickly as they possibly can because of the competition that's sometimes around the carcass. But what I want us to do is with this, like hyenas, you can see they basically finished it up. Now, I want to see if we can possibly find those wild dogs again because they are starting to move off. But how's this for just the scene? And it just happened as we were leaving the camp. We saw all of this. So what an incredible way to start the morning. Leopard up in the tree, hyenas down fighting over a carcass, and of course a pack of quite a few wild dogs around. Alright, so what I'm going to do is let's quickly see if we can possibly get these wild dogs again. So they were moving, and the thing is, if these wild dogs carry on the way that they are, and how quickly they run, we might lose them. So we want to try and see if we can get back to them and follow them, because we don't know, because they've lost this kill, they might be looking to find some more, because they have those pups to look after. But just an incredible morning. It's actually a couple of hyenas that are now making their way down toward where that carcass is. Wow, I'm actually a bit in shock.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to you in the Masai Mara of Kenya. We have a lioness basking in the sun. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. Look at how bright morning it is. Very warm. The lion is relaxed, looking for the rest of the pride. So this lioness belongs to the Olololo pride. She's up on a hill where at least she can scan the entire area. Now the rest of the pride went into a ravine. She's warm there. It's been raining the last night, so the grass is still wet. When the grass is this wet, lions prefer walking on the roads or maybe where it's dry, out of the water. Like cats don't like getting wet. So this lioness has been scanning also. There's a topi that is not far from here, and I think she has her eyes glued on the topi. We had lions roar on the other side where she's looking to her left, and I think maybe some of the pride will be joining in, but the rest have moved off. Look at how beautiful she is, with the bright sun shining on her face. Look at her eyes, her amber eyes, just scanning the area. you really don't know what's in her mind, whether she wants to go look for something or maybe wants to join the rest of the pride. But I think what is happening now, she's enjoying the sun. Very warm, there's no wind, a good time also for an opportunity to hunt, because when it warms up during the day, they'll all go into hiding where they can rest for the rest of the day. We had lots of herds here, zebras and wildebeest, but they moved off south from where we are. These lions seems like they had gone south, coming back because we followed the tracks that has led us all the way to this lioness. Leg, thank you so much for your question. How many lion prides we have in the Mara? Oh, I can't really tell the exact number of prides that we have in the Mara, because the Greater Mara is big. We have the conservancies, we have the Mara National Game Reserve, and we have the conservancy. So I'll have to check and tell you later how many prides that we have here in the Mara. But I reckon more than 20 prides that we have in the Mara, in the entire Mara. There's a hot air balloon passing by. So this lioness is watching over the balloon. So when the flames go up, that is what also attracts her. Can you hear baboons barking? So it seems like the rest of the pride went into the forest area. The baboons are lambing. That's an indication where when they see predators, they'll always bark. And when they bark, they alert the other animals around. As you watch this lioness, look at her eyes. I'm going to stick around with her. While I'm doing this, you'll be sent off to another safari vehicle.
Jambo, jambo, hello, hello, and welcome to another corner of the Masai Mara. And the lions or the lioness team, once in a while, we have seen them also hunting ostriches. Lions or lionesses are cats that would hunt anything depending on the day. Well, or depending on what prey is available. We got a female ostrich there. And not very far from where I am, I have been seeing another male that I guessed was in breeding plumage, because that male was very pink, and I would imagine maybe that male is not very far from here. He could still be around. One more time, Jumbo, my name is David, and on camera with me this morning is Bungei. Bungei, how are you? And my immediate plans today is to go and find out the lionesses we saw yesterday with the 4 cubs. You remember all the dramas they had for us yesterday, crossing the small little stream. I mean, it was some experience I have not seen maybe all my years out here in the African wilderness. And apparently when I left them and I went back to the camp, those lionesses brought down a zebra. So I want to find out how much of that zebra is left, or if those cats are still in the same spot. And I'm sure James and Tim already told you to ask us questions. And as usual, you can send them through to #WorldEarth on Twitter, or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. And for the youngsters, kids questions at worldearth.tv. Now, this is a female ostrich here, what you also call the Maasai ostrich, and you can see the game rangers as usual doing their patrols, making sure everything is fine. Maybe they are looking for baby Jasiri. Baby Jasiri is a friend of mine, the little baby elephant that had an injury, and I'm sure I'll be updating you on the same later on during the drive. Beautiful light we got this morning, great temperatures. It showered last night, not as heavy rains as the night before. So everything just looks cool. You can see all the dew in the grass. The air is very still. And I'm sure you know these are the largest birds we got in Africa, which may not fly, but may fly low in terms of speed. They are very, very fast birds. Well, 70 kilometers an hour is nothing out of the ordinary for the ostriches. That's their first defense mechanism. Once cornered, but once cornered completely, they always kick very hard. And even the lions do not want to be kicked by the ostriches because those kicks are sometimes fatal. Now, I want to move on this way and then take a loop towards the left and find out if those lionesses and the cubs are still having the zebra kill from yesterday. And of course, I'll be updating you on baby Desiree. We'll be taking over now to another location.
I'm curious to know what the lion cubs are up to this morning. As this lioness is still waiting here. I see her eyes glued to something. I'm not sure what she's looking at. But lions have a very sharp eye. They can see better than us humans, about 6 times. This will be a preferred morning because I can see it's calm, quiet, warm enough for this lion. But again, sometimes during the day it becomes hard for them to hunt. Preferably, lions prefer hunting at night when it's cooler and they can see more and better. Because when it's dark, most prey or herds prefer gathering up on one area where they can rest for the night. Unlike buffaloes who will move from one place, maybe feeding while taking the rest. Now, it seems like there's a bit of commotion where this lion is watching. There's baboons barking because the rest of the pride moved over. Seems like not a very old lioness. You can see the spots on the hind leg there. Because lions have spots from on their cubs, and as they age, they lose off their spots. Let's wait and see if she will still be here or maybe then join the rest of the pride.
So we managed to find these wild dogs again, and there's a few of them that are moving around. So they're just off to the right where we are. Oh, that's going to probably move into the screen right there. There's a little one that's constantly running, and the adults are trying to follow. They might just move alongside us, but you can see they're slowly starting to run again. And with these wild dogs moving, we just don't know what we're going to see. So we're going to follow them for the next little while, and hopefully they'll be successful again in trying to get some more breakfast. And hopefully the hyenas won't steal it this time, but you can see they're just moving on either side of us now. And there's a lot of them with, you can see there's a bit of stains around their face because of the blood, but the puppies are just behind us. Let us just reposition. It's going to take us like 3 seconds, and then hopefully we can get another view of them. All right, they actually are moving now, and moving at quite a pace, so it's going to be hard to see them, but literally on this side of us now. It's another one moving in. It's going to probably move in front of the vehicle. Just want to make sure that all of them have left. And we'll keep a bit of a distance behind them because we don't want to influence their behavior or influence if they are trying to hunt. So we'll keep a good distance and just view them from quite far off until eventually they go and stop. I just want to stop like this just to show you, but look at where they're moving now. The only thing you can see is the white tips at the end of the tails. There they go. All right, now I need to keep up, or else I'm not going to get them again. Because these wild dogs can move really quickly. If they decide to run like this, they can run for 5-6 kilometers, probably keep up a pace of nearly 65 kilometers an hour. And hopefully we'll try and get another view.
What an exciting morning. Absolutely astounding. I'm so happy that we managed to see that. And here we are at Buffelshoek Dam, a much more peaceful scenario. Hi everyone, it's me, Trishala, and I have Niels on camera this wonderful morning down in Djuma Game Reserve on the western fringes of the Kruger. It is overcast, but not too bad in terms of temperature. A little bit chilly, but a great day to be out. I think it's about 25 and 77, but that seems a bit warm. So we came out here to Buffelshoek Dam so that we could see if maybe Tlalamba was still hanging around in this area. And then we came across a little hippo family. Look at that little nose poking out, or rather big nose. There's 3 of them in here. 2 very large ones and this slightly smaller one. Oh, it looks like it's resting on its side. Very sweet. You can see that there's a lot of ripples in the water. That's because it's just a little bit windy, but definitely not as bad as it's been the last few days. You can hear the hornbills in the background saying, what up, 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 what up. They're always asking me what's up. So like I said, we're missioning around this side, and if we don't find anything exciting, we'll go down to see what's happening at the den. Yesterday, oh, there's the big boy came out. Very cool. Yesterday, about an hour after drive, that's when it was nice and active, so we'll go down then.
So they've just slowed down now, and you can see there's a puppy laying down, and then one of the adults just having a bit of a play. And what's quite amazing about wild dogs in particular is when they made that, or when they stole that kill from that leopard, all the pups stayed at the back, and there were also 2 babysitters that were sitting with them, or caretakers, while the rest went to go and grab bits of that impala. But they are slowly starting to move off again. I think they might just disappear behind this bush. So let's just move. We'll just position ourselves behind this bush. Just hold on as I move 2 meters forward. There we go. And I'll stop here. See how they fan themselves out. So when they move like this, there's a good chance they might just flush something out towards an open area and then make use of their speed in order to try and catch whatever they're looking for. They are moving into the wind. And also imagine having 10 pups to look after. So they need to make sure that they get a little bit more than they did from that impala this morning. There's actually impala I can see. Just hold on. These wild dogs are chasing impala. Okay, have a look at these ones off to the right. So they're basically chasing. There's some impala that we saw running from the left towards the right. Now, I don't know. I can see only wild dogs in the distance, so we want to keep a good distance behind them. So if they do catch something, that we don't influence any of their behavior. So we're going to stay here and just listen out. There were some impalas that I saw running, and I saw quite a few wild dogs running in this direction. Okay, the one stopped in front of us. The youngsters are off to the left. Now we'll just have to listen, because if they've made a kill, there will be a lot of commotion, and the rest of the pack, see how they're listening out now. Chances are they could have been successful to listen. Often if they were successful, there'll be excitement and the rest of the pack will go. Now this one is moving quite quickly. The youngsters have been left off, so it's a good sign. And there are a few of the adults that have started running in this direction now. There's one that's starting to come back. Okay, we'll just switch off here and patiently wait. I just want to let the other rangers also know who are on drive where these wild dogs are at the moment. Doug and Fred, also you guys, just an update that the pack is now around the Nyala tree on Big Bend, heading north into those clearings. Now, I can't hear or see any other members of the pack, but even if they were successful and they had something to feed, if we stay here, the youngsters are not too far. They'll eventually come back, either to call the youngsters or even regurgitate. See how this one is listening out? So it's probably been separated from the rest of the pack that has moved into this area. Now, just to give you an idea, I'm going to ask Kai just to zoom out a little bit, just to show you more or less what's happening in the area. So where we are now, you'll see there's some thick areas behind me here. So these wild dogs basically fanned out like this, and they were running right through this thick area. And we saw some impalas being rushed from this open area where the wild dogs are lying down now, and they headed off to the right. There's one coming back now, so I'm sure they probably weren't successful. You can actually see there's a few that are coming back now, where this one was lying down just above them. So maybe those impalas just managed to get the advantage and run away. But in spending more time with them, you can see they are definitely hungry because they are moving, looking for more opportunities to hunt. And because today is a nice overcast day, weather's nice and cool, so they might be doing this for the next hour or so. Now, once this one disappears, we'll try and reposition to get to where the rest of the pack would be. Wrinkles, the main thing, it would probably be impala. So there's a good chance, it could be anything bigger than them, but not a lot bigger. So anything up towards a kudu, maybe a young zebra, all the way down towards a steenbok, duiker. But mainly they'll probably be looking at something like impala is going to be the main food source for them, because they are more abundant in comparison to most of the other ones. So all I'm going to do is just move slightly forward. There is a gap where we can possibly see the rest of the pack. Just at the moment they've all moved into some cover, so we can't really see them that well. So let's give it a go. There we go. I can actually see the pups lying down in the open area. I'm going to stop right here. It's incredible how big the ears are on those wild dogs, but also like they put them to such good use, because remember now, you're hunting in an area where you necessarily can't see very well. So if you don't smell something, you need to be able to listen out to hear what's going on around you. And with these wild dogs, if they move, they can actually, or even if they lie down like this, they can fan out their ears, and they actually can listen out to the smallest noises and movements around, and that enables them to be more effective hunters. See, even though they're sitting down, look at how they can individually move each ear just to listen out to what's going on around them. Even if it might be to try and listen out where the adults are. Look at this one right here. And just look at the ears going, like pricking backwards, forward. There was a Franklin alarm calling, so it's probably just listening out. But I do love the colors of a wild dog. Especially look on this one, you'll notice a lot of brown around the head, that band of black around the shoulder, a patch of white on the back, and then a bright white tail. Control, with these particular wild dogs here, this whole pack, they'll at least hunt once a day, sometimes even twice a day. I've spent times with the pack where they would hunt 3 times a day. So it all depends on of course, the weather is going to be a major thing, but also the area, the food, the amount of mouths there are to feed. But with these ones having 10 youngsters to look after, and most of the time, because of the high densities of hyena, they can't really spend too much time around a carcass. So whenever they catch something, they have to feed as quickly as they possibly can. And sometimes hyenas will even come and steal it. And because of that, they'll have to hunt again. So, but at least every single day, they'll try and hunt. But Gert and I are going to spend a little bit more time here to see where the rest of the pack is going to move now. It's going to settle down here for the next little while.
Very well done, Nikki, to have spotted the wild dogs. I mean, of all the predators we have in Africa, I respect the wild dogs, mainly because of how they hunt and how they devour their prey. Well, as I told you earlier, I got to my lions, and talking of my lions, this one's remind me now of the sausage tree pride, but this is the river pride. And as I told you, they made a kill yesterday, and if you look carefully there, you can see the prey, and to me it's like 50% gone. Very clever cats. They first eat the internal organs, anything that may go bad very quickly, but above all, trying to conceal it being picked by other predators like hyenas. I'm not sure why those lapwings are making noise when I'm talking. Now, this pride normally has 4 females and 4 cubs, but currently I can only see 2 females, and that's the cub. Or rather, that's the female with the cubs. Of the 4, I'm only seeing 3 currently. And there's one little bit further from the mother. If you look carefully, bottom right of your screen, she just moved her head. That one there. I'm not sure why she's very far from mom. Because if you look at the one next to mom, she's definitely suckling. And you can see how peaceful both of them are. The mother and the cub. One cub to the left of your screen, maybe having a snooze. We had some good rains yesterday. I'm not sure whether they were rained upon heavily, because they stayed here where they are throughout the rain. We had to power down our equipment yesterday when the rains got bigger. But as we all know, all the wildlife, all the animals will always remain where they are, regardless of the intensity of the storm. We haven't seen any males come around, and if any male will come here, it could be one of the members of the Triangle Boys that we call Blondie. That's the last male I saw with these lions here. He was limping and he seemed to have been battered because we had lost him for almost a year, having crossed to the other side of the Mara, what we call the Greater Mara, because I am in the Mara Triangle. And I don't think he got very good friends. When he came, he had lots of scars on the face and like almost either sprained or fractured foot, and he was limping very badly. Now, that's the herd of zebras that I saw yesterday morning, and on our way back to camp, I told Bungay, who is on camera today, most likely those lionesses will hunt one of these. And true, coming back in the afternoon on the Sunset Drive, they had brought down one zebra. The prey before the zebra, like a week ago, was from a buffalo, and 3 girls of this pride brought down a huge male buffalo that we all witnessed with my colleague Tim. My guess is, having eaten so much of it at night, it was very peaceful because I don't think they were interrupted by hyenas. This is the only thing you expect them to do. Snooze, roll over, digest all the fillet steak or the loin steak they got in their bellies. And then maybe afterwards, as it warms up and more digestion has taken place, they'll be back to start again devouring their zebra. They look very peaceful because I think they also know there wouldn't be any hyenas that would be coming here. We are quite a long way from the nearest den of hyenas, that's called the Olololo. But out of experience, I've noticed those hyenas are not aggressive like the hyenas from the North Clan. I've always placed the North Clan hyenas on a different level when it comes to aggressiveness. We have seen them snatch meals from lions even shortly before they start eating. The lions will lay ambush, will do all they need to do to bring the prey down, and even before they recover or they start eating, so what will happen, I'll spend here a few more minutes and then see what happens. And hopefully we are going to see them devouring the zebra as we take you to another location.
Here we have got a herd of elephants, finally. We have managed to show it to you. A couple of technical difficulties have precluded that happening. We've been with them for the last, half an hour or so, enjoying them eating, playing with each other. And now we have got some signal, and one elephant playing with a stick and eating or moving a stick so that he can get at the grass and roots just underneath it. It's a biggish herd. Well, biggish, yes. It's about 15 or 20. Some of them this side of the road, some of them are still behind in the riverbed, feeding on the greener vegetation there. Everything is all very peaceful. It's a very pleasant Monday morning, and at times like these I always think it's a good thing to remind, I suppose, everybody who might be jealous of my current occupation, that this is what my Monday morning consists of: looking for animals and spending time with them, while many, of course, are unfortunately stuck in the traffic, or, in case of our younger ones, going off to spend time at school. Very glad that is not my problem. Here are some more. Here's the rest of the herd coming through from the other side now. Just floating gently through this late dry season vegetation. Silently. Lots of nice bird song. The doves. 2 species. No, 1 species. And a hoopoe. Whoop, whoop, whoop. A question from someone whose name is Human. It's quite an interesting name, Human. I suppose it's very appropriate given that's presumably what you are. The difference between an Asiatic and an African elephant, well, they're actually in a totally different genus. which I always think is quite interesting. So they're not very closely related. They're in the same family, but they're not the same genus. And superficially, an Asiatic elephant has got smaller ears because they don't live in the sun as much as African elephants, and so they don't need their ears to cool down quite as much. They are smaller. Their heads are kind of more angular. And what is also quite interesting is that the trunk has only got one finger on it. So if you look at the grasping end of an African elephant's trunk, it's got two sort of prehensile tips, one on the bottom, one on the top. And the Indian or Asiatic elephant, it's only on one side. Then other interesting differences are that the Asiatic elephant tends to have a more efficient digestion. So they don't have to eat for the same length of time every day, and that would be because they have evolved or developed where they are in more nutrient-dense parts of the world, whereas here the nutrients tend to be, or the nutritional content of the soil is certainly much worse, and therefore it is in the vegetation as well. And so these elephants must process more. And it's one of the reasons that the African elephant has not lent itself to domestication in the same way that the Asiatic one has. You can't actually put an African elephant to work for very long because they need to spend so much time feeding. Before the righteous indignation on Twitter starts to stream in, I am not suggesting that domesticating elephants of any kind is a good idea. So I'm merely pointing out what has been discovered. So very interesting differences between the two. They are initially, of course, from Africa, I think, the Afrotheria, and then they spread out into Asia. No, they're not. Are they? Oh, I've forgotten. I'll look it up. While I look it up, you're going to go somewhere else.
Welcome back to Ambient Pund, everyone. Look what's about to happen. Oh my gosh. We've just managed to find this female cheetah and her two cubs. Just in time as well. They're having the most amazing game. The cubs are chasing each other full speed. And what's really amazing is Mom's been getting involved as well. She, as you guys came to us, you saw her just behind that little hill, and she was actually stalking the cubs. So there's a lot of wrestling going on between the cubs, and all part of the learning process for them, practicing their skills on one another. The skills they'll need when they have to start hunting and catching animals. For now, they're still relying on Mom. But that's the reason why why they spend so much time playing. So we've come out to the same area, for those that were watching yesterday, that we saw. Well, we came to look for them yesterday afternoon. I'm sure they were lying somewhere in this area. It's a really open grassland, grassy area. And so if they were around, they were definitely around, but they were just somewhere where we were unable to spot them. And so we came out to try again this morning, and we've managed to find them. And Mom has just been scanning around constantly. It's a beautiful scene. See those fever trees in the background. Mom has just been scanning for any hunting opportunities. They ate last about 2 days ago, so Liam's asking how old are these cheetah cubs. Liam, these cubs are about 8 months old now, so they're getting quite big, and they're definitely following mom. Oh, there they come. They're definitely following mom when she hunts, and also trying to get involved. And they're at the age where if mom catches a small antelope or a young antelope, she will try to sort of injure the antelope and give them a live animal to practice their killing skills on, and for them to actually learn how to deliver the killing bite and suffocating their own prey, which is something that they will have to do in the future. You can just see the last one disappearing a little bit off to the left, Craig. So, yeah, as I said earlier, Mom has been searching, looking all around since we got here, and just trying to see if she can spot any potential hunting opportunities. And it seems like that's where they're going. Also, where those fever trees that I pointed out earlier, there is a perennial river. So when it rains, we get quite a lot of water there, and it flows into this area where we are right now. And so there's some pools of water left there. They last ate about 2 days ago, so it's possible that they're heading that way to maybe get some water. Also, closer to the water, there's slightly more dense vegetation where they could possibly find, or Mom could possibly find an inyala, a little herd of inyalas, and try to hunt there. And also along the edges of those slightly more dense areas, she might find some impalas or other small antelope. So we're definitely not going anywhere. We're going to stick with these cheetah for now.
It's always nice watching the interaction of cheetahs. Now here in the Masai Mara we have a lion by the name of Splitnose or Bob Marley. These lionesses to the left are from the Olololo Pride. Now 2 days ago we had a big fight. These lionesses chased away Splitnose. This is because he is not from this pride. You can see the distance, so they're keeping what we call a social distance at the moment. With this COVID-19 happening, they also have the social distance now. These lions are not happy with his presence. The fight that was here, it was a big fight. He came, picked up a carcass, a small gnu that these lionesses had killed. But later on, when he went to hide it in the bushes, they all chased him out. Look at how he's snarling up. He's getting the scent into his Jacob's organ. Now that kind of grimace, we call it a flagman grimace. It will take a while before they accept him into this pride. The dominant male within this pride is called Ololache. Ololache is not around. He was mating about 4 kilometers away from here. Now, after the mating is done, Ololache will come back to his pride. But then, what will happen? He will have to fight this male, or if he loses from him, then he becomes the conqueror. See, the lionesses are not happy with his presence, so he's keeping his distance away, because they know he's not from this pride, and they know definitely, if they have young ones, he will definitely harm them. See, he's out there smelling the scent left for the lions around here. Yes, that is what we call the flame and grimace. Yeah, getting the scent into his Jacob's organ. Now, if he becomes the new conqueror, the new pride male, then he has success, because we have lots of lionesses in this pride. Look at that. How beautiful. Remember, we're coming to you live, hashtag Wild Earth, kids question at wildearth.tv, on the YouTube comment section at FC. Very bright morning, wonderful thing to see here, super exciting. We had a lioness a little while earlier, seated up on the termite mound. She looked curious, and by the look of things, this is what we came around. We found these are the two lionesses with split nose, aka Bob Marley. Look at how they're keeping their distance. Look at the way she's pinning her ears forward. If this male was from this pride, they will all be not like that. They'll be accepting, they'll be quite relaxed. He's walking, approaching them in very, very cautious manner. You don't want to mess with the lionesses, even though lionesses become submissive to males, but they will be aggressive to male intruders. So as you sit here waiting to see what will happen, we're coming to you live from 6 different locations. We're going to jump into another safari vehicle.
So many elephants out on Juma today. This is probably part of the same herd, but this is the third little group of them that I've seen along this road. Now, these ones are a little bit more out in the open, which means we get to have a good view. This is a little youngster chomping away. It's always so peaceful to start the morning like this. My favorite way, certainly. Sometimes we have those high intensity mornings. Other times you have the sweetness. Kim, you'd like to know how much a baby elephant weighs at birth? A baby elephant weighs anything between 80 to 120 kgs. Generally, you're looking at about 100 kgs for a little baby at birth. Oh, this one wants to come say hi. Hello. Promise we're your friend, and you can eat her if you want. I love it when they come to you. Of course, they've got to show you who's boss before they settle down and let you know that all I really wanted was the patch of grass that's near you. You can see his little tusks poking through. He's probably around 3 years old or so. Oh, you have an itchy foot. I love to just sit quietly and watch them when they're like this. He's less than 10 meters from us and just enjoying himself. But also got to show me who's boss. Yes, I know. You're bigger and heavier than me already. And as Kim had asked, you were born heavier than I am. Oh, that was quite sweet. It was using its trunk to scratch its palate. At least that's what it looked like. So sweet. Another one of about a similar age. Looks actually a little larger than the one that we just saw here. This is a good example of how when you look at the tusk growth, it's very difficult to be specific, because that one that was a little further away was larger than the one that was near us, but the tusks were smaller. So if you go just by tusk length, you're likely to be less accurate than if you take into account the actual size of the animal. Nice big girl here. And here, another big lady coming through on the other side. You'd have heard her in the background. Don't you just love the sound? Moving and grazing and eating. Sometimes if you're really, really quiet in the bush, even if you're at camp or wherever, and you just sit quietly, the sound is, you know exactly what it is. And you hear this slight weight being carried through the bush. And you know exactly, oh, these are elephants. Somewhere. Sometimes they can be so loud. Sometimes they can be so silent. Here's our little friend. Kendra, you'd like to know how much does an elephant eat in a day? An elephant maximum will be about 300 kgs, which is a lot, but it's closer to about 150 to 250 kgs of food per day. Males, big males, will eat more than females. But females that are pregnant will eat more than males. I love when you see them hold a piece of grass or whatever it is with their trunk and then cut it off with their foot. It's like they're making use of tools. It's just that the tools are attached to their body. Anyway, earlier I said that we'd like to head down to the den, and I actually said to you an hour after drive started. It was an hour after drive. It's active, but I meant an hour after drive starts. It is active, so we're going to head down that way now.
Our lionesses have decided to leave Split Nose by himself while he's busy sniffing on the scent trail left by the females. He will be walking to join them, but keeping his distance. Look at how he's scanning the area, because he knows that he's not the pride male. If the current owner of this pride comes in, he's going to be fought off, and the females will join the dominant male here to fight him off and to chase him out of this territory. Wow, what a big male. How handsome he is. So when lionesses or lions, they leave a scent trail. And when that happens, other lions will use the same scent trails to follow these lions. What a big male. It's always nice seeing these lions around. So let me position for a better angle to see where these lionesses and this split nose is heading to. He's going to follow them slowly.
We have found something very interesting. One of the migrant birds to this area, a Wahlberg's eagle, and it's actually in a tree with a nest. So this Wahlberg's eagle has either appropriated someone else's nest, or it's a nest which it uses every year. So they are creatures of habit, and they'll come back every year to nest on the same nest. As you can see, it's not a very detailed nest. It's quite just a messy platform of sticks, actually a lot of thorny branches as well. Maybe acting as a little bit of a defense against some creatures like monkeys that might steal their eggs. But yeah, awesome. It's a really great bird. They come from the central and western parts of Africa, I believe. They're not migrants from overseas. They don't come from Europe. And that's why they've come here quite early. They're actually the smallest of the brown eagles. And so they do need to come early to nest so that they can get the best nesting spots and, often even have their chicks hatched and almost fledged by the time lots of the other eagles arrive and start to bully them out of the best spots. But you can see this eagle, it's quite easily identifiable, although today is not the best day for it, because it's actually got all of its feathers fluffed out. It's rather cold. But normally you can see that tiny little bit of a crest on top of its head. Just a couple of feathers sticking up. And it's quite distinctive. And it's got a very small beak for an eagle, as well as quite dark and sunken eyes. So you can almost see it's got like these little sunken eyes. It's not easy to see today because of the very strangely pale sky, but an awesome eagle nonetheless. And they eat a whole variety of different things, from small mammals to other birds. My favorite bird is a black-winged kite, and I was once watching this snowy white kite sitting on a branch with my binoculars. As I raised my binoculars up, just feathers. And then the Wahlberg's eagle was there instead. That's it. Oh, looking straight at us. What a gorgeous bird. Probably gonna take off and follow its mate, which was a moment ago in the tree as well, sitting on the nest itself. I don't know if they've got eggs yet. Might be a bit early for that. But they won't stray too far. Leopard Dam is not far away from where we are, and so they're probably going to hunt for things like goslings, geese, birds at the water's edge, or even the occasional mongoose, because we've seen quite a few mongoose families around here. Right now, just scanning the horizon, also keeping warm. It's a very cold morning, so it doesn't want to move around too much, but just scanning around for the potential of any food. Whatever these animals are. Oh, look at that. You can see its feathers all fluffed up. Trying to keep as warm as possible, trapping air against its skin to stay nice and warm. But these birds are not massive, so they do need to eat fairly regularly, otherwise their metabolism moves too fast and then they don't do too well. I wonder what it can see from up there. If I could be a bird, I'd be an eagle too.
Welcome back to Anriampinde, everyone, and we've got an amazing standoff that's happening at the moment. Look at how those wildebeest... Oh, you haven't got them yet. See that cheetah? It's actually walking towards a herd of wildebeest, and the herd of wildebeest has now slightly dispersed, but there's a bit of backwards and forwards that's happening between the wildebeest and the cheetah. The wildebeest build up some courage and they come all together, and then they've actually been pushing the cheetah away, and then the cheetah will dart off and then regain its composure. And then they've been slowly moving towards the wildebeest, and then the wildebeest move backwards. So Paul is asking if a cheetah can take down an adult wildebeest. And Paul, this is a female with 2 cubs. And so mom is doing most of the hunting, so it wouldn't be something that she would try to go for just because of the size of a wildebeest. They've got those very big and powerful horns. A very strong animal, and the female cheetah is also fairly lightweight. And so she wouldn't go for an adult wildebeest, but she would definitely go for a young one. But male cheetah, on the other hand, have been known to take down wildebeest, adult wildebeest as well. It would usually be quite a big male cheetah that would be able to take down a wildebeest by himself. But coalitions of 2 or 3 cheetah, they will definitely go for wildebeest. A combined weight will be able to overpower the wildebeest. But if you think about the weight ratios between a wildebeest and a the cheetah getting some confidence and then charging at the wildebeest, and then the wildebeest all get a fright and then they come back together. The weight differences between a cheetah and a wildebeest, I mean, adult female cheetah is like this, is like 60 kilograms, whereas an adult wildebeest is like over 160 kilograms, so it's like 160 kilograms difference between the 2 of them. And don't get me wrong, a cheetah is a very powerful animal, but just the sheer weight of the wildebeest will make it too difficult. Hey, the little cub is going full speed. The little cub is going full speed at the wildebeest. And now the wildebeest is chasing the cub. Oh, and we've got zebra coming in on the right as well. These cheetah are causing chaos. The zebras are a bit of a problem, because with the cheetah, zebra are very big and powerful, and they'll actually try to kill the cheetah. This is amazing, guys. That's fast. That's very fast. That's Mom that's running away now. See, Mom will make herself the most vulnerable to the zebras, so that they feel that they're going to catch her, so that the cubs have a chance to get away. Because these zebras are very serious now. This is no longer a game. Look at that zebra's ears are tucked back. And her plan has worked. She's drawn the zebras away from the cubs. You can still just see the cubs, 2 cubs walking out there. Yeah, they're just watching now where Mom went. Yeah, so that was incredible, guys. The cubs are still out there, out in the open. Mom has disappeared into a little thicket. The zebras have stopped chasing her. So we're going to stick here and see what else happens here.
So just back with these hyenas, we left the wild dogs and we came back to those hyenas that stole that impala carcass. Now you can see this one is munching away still, but we just wanted to show you. So off right of where we are now, that young male leopard is just lying down in the grass behind us on this side. And why we wanted to point it out is because as these hyenas started dragging the kill away, he followed them. And he's just gone, so see, it's so difficult to see his color, but you'll notice the white right in the middle, so that's him. So he's basically following them. Every time they move away from the carcass, he stands up, almost like wanting to use that as an opportunity to try and steal it back. Because, and that's the whole story. We don't know this morning. Maybe there was a good chance that he stole the kill from the wild dogs. So the wild dogs might have made the kill and went to go and fetch the rest of the pack. And as they were doing that, he grabbed the impala and tried to drag it up the tree. But before he could manage up the tree, the wild dogs came back. You can see he just lifted his head now. So the wild dogs came back, stole it from him. And then from there on, the hyenas came and stole it back from the wild dogs. But you can see he's just staring at those hyenas, just waiting, also hoping that there will be some scraps left afterwards that he can go and finish. Now, normally leopard will tend to hunt for themselves, but being a young male like he is now, he's still inexperienced in a lot of different ways, and it will only be until later on, in another couple of years, where he'll be a very good hunter. And so what he'll do is he'll steal kills from females that have youngsters. He'll often follow them as long as he possibly can. He'll steal it from wild dogs, especially if there's only one wild dog. He'll chase them away and then go grab the kill. But I don't think this was his own kill. It could have been, and then maybe the wild dog stole it from him. Or, most likely, just knowing this particular leopard, that he has been known for stealing and scavenging. So there's a good chance that he might have just gotten it from one of the wild dogs. But he blends in so well. Just look at the colors around his head. The only bits that you can actually see if he doesn't move is the white on the belly. Now, if he had to lie down on his belly, you would not see this leopard in this grass because it blends in so well. You can see the dark shades resembling the spots on the head, the white resembling most of the grass blades, especially in the sun on this overcast weather. See how he's just lifting his head, probably just smelling. It's just interesting to watch, and it'll be interesting to see once these hyenas, are they going to leave anything behind? Or even what I've known for hyenas to do also is, even if there's a little bit left, they'll pick it up and then start dragging it back to a den, especially if the matriarch is around, or if there's any other cubs, then they'll drag it back towards where the den might be. So he might not get anything, but he's just lying down here hoping that there'll be some scraps left that he can go and get. But I hope for his part that he'll be able to do that though.
Good morning, good morning. It is a beautiful morning here in the Tswalu Kalahari. Nice and cold this morning. And we have come across these little beauties. Guys, by the way, my name is Moritz. I hope you have a lovely morning so far. Behind the camera, we've got Glenn. So yeah, epic morning so far. As I said, very cold. We're just going to go in on them again. The little guys are actually just hiding in what seems to be an old aardvark burrow. or maybe something that was used by a porcupine or something like that. With it being nice and cold, they are just not in the mood to wake up yet. Mom is just a little bit further away behind the big tree. You'll see. So there's that one, and then there's a little bit of a bigger tree there on the right-hand side. We can't see her at the moment. She's just lying over there, but we are going to focus on the little guys at the moment. So very, very cool. Oh, they are cute. They might, well, we're hoping that they get a little curious. You can see how the ears are up and they're looking around and looking at us and all of those things. But these baby cheetahs might get a little curious and come out into the sunlight. I hope for their part they do, because then they can heat up a little bit like we are doing at the moment. Being in the Kalahari, you have to learn from the animals. So we are baking in the sun like the meerkats. And they should probably do the same thing. But they would have spent the night, resting in that burrow, hidden from the wind. So very, very smart idea. It's actually, I told Glenn just earlier, it's actually the first time that I see them going into a little burrow, these particular cubs like this. And so always interesting, always lots of surprises in the bush, just like what you guys just saw with the, I always love seeing interaction between different animals. The leopard and the hyena that you guys were just looking at and so on. So always good to see how something that was made by something else is helping these cubs now to stay warm during the night. And we're hoping that Mom goes off and goes and hunt. Then we're going to follow her, see if there's a little bit of action happening, with her spending the night with them. That would be probably her priority as well, to go and get something in her own belly so that she can continue producing milk. There you can just on the right hand side of the screen see the third cub's little fluff of the head popping out now as well. So all three of them still doing very well, very strong. They are quite mobile. So this particular area where they're in is probably about 4 kilometers south of where they were yesterday. So yesterday morning, when you guys were busy looking at the meerkats and the male cheetahs that made the kill and all of those things, we followed the mom moving these cubs, and they were very, very mobile. They're doing really well. So I'm thinking that they are starting to get to that point where maybe in a week or two they're going to stick with Mom. They're not going to, operate in a den site anymore. And she'll just hide them under a bush when she hunts, and then she'll go and get them as soon as she's made the kill, but keeping them with her. And incredible to have seen how well she's protected these little guys and taken care of them during this critical stage of their life. For them to get through this stage, all three surviving and all three doing very well, is a big golden star on on the mom's shoulder. That guy is busy chewing on a root or busy licking his sibling. So yeah, guys, just for if some of you are wondering, we're fairly certain that these cubs are 2 boys and 1 girl. And if they do come out, you'll see there's 2 of them that operates always together. And then there's one that just keeps off to the side. And that is a clear indication of a sort of like a 2-male coalition forming. And then the single female operating by herself. With the cheetahs, you'll regularly find the males forming coalitions, especially when it's brothers that was born together. That guy is just the cutest. Especially when there's 2 brothers that was born together, sometimes even 3 or 4. And then the females, they operate by themselves. So in a litter, if you have, let's say, not necessarily talking about this particular litter, but let's say you have a litter of 5 cubs, and there's 4 boys and 1 lady, you'll find the 1 girl always a little bit more separated from all the shenanigans that goes on during the day. The 4 boys, they'll operate by themselves. That bond from a very early stage will be very strong. and they'll do everything together. Which is great because, I mean, one day if they can and do stick together, then you have 4 males hunting together, doing all of these things, and that just enhances their chances. For the females, they prefer being solitary, only having company when they are in estrus or when they've got cubs. But these guys are just so cute. Yeah, guys, I mean, they are just incredible. Such a privilege to be able to, follow these cubs and see their progress happening. And the cuteness is just an added bonus. But so special to be able to. And I mean, we are standing probably around 30 meters away from them. Let's say maybe a little closer. And you can see they're completely relaxed with us. And that is golden. So Nikki just had a question, when will these cubs be able to eat meat, Nikki? I would say probably at around 3 months you'll find them properly switching over to, I wouldn't say purely a meat diet. They'll continue to drink milk from the mum up until about a year's age, maybe a little younger than that. But they'll definitely start joining and, nibbling on carcasses from around 2.5 to 3 months. So I'd say in another month or so, they'll actually start, taking little bits and pieces off the kill that mom makes. And then as soon as they go into like a 4-month stage where our lion cubs are right now, then you'll properly see them going into kills and, filling their bellies and then only drinking a little bit of milk to, as a sweet. But in about a month's time, you'll find that they are going to definitely start nibbling on kills and, start switching over to that meaty diet that we know them to love. But yeah, guys, we're going to stick with them for a little while, see what happens. If there's anything interesting that comes up, we're going to show you, okay?
So what I want to do is I just want everyone to listen to the noises of this hyena. So we repositioned to have a look at this hyena chewing on that impala ram carcass. But listen to the noises. You can see there's not much left of this carcass. And every time it's getting closer towards another hyena, it might be that this is a dominant female. The closer the other ones get, the more aggressive. You can actually hear her calling now. Not calling, more like intimidating others, telling not to get close. Claire, the last time I had a look at the bite force of hyena, I'm trying not to get confused, but I think it's around close to 600 psi. And I know it's stronger than that of a lion and a leopard, which is really incredible. They're so strong, they're able to crush quite hard bones as well as teeth. Even this, we've been looking at how this one was feeding off this impala, and basically the whole like upper jaw, lower jaw, everything was just completely devoured. If you look at this hyena's face, it tells quite a few interesting stories. You can see those teeth, you can look at the face, even that little chunk out of the ear. Definitely one you don't want to mess with.
Quite a morning there at Ngala, it would seem today. Here we've got our two favourite battaliers. I say our two favourite ones because they're the ones that are resident in this part of the world. And they, like everyone else at Djuma at the moment, are enjoying the sights and sounds of elephants. There's an elephant just below them. There's a little group of elephants having a fight. Just quickly whip around there. We had two young bulls behind all those sticks having a fight, and now a cow has just disciplined one of them. Let me just sneak slightly forward. There we go. So two young bulls were having a little wrestling match, and she came charging in like a teacher on the playground, dealing with unruly young boys. This is the fourth herd of elephants we've seen today. We also had a lovely sighting of that spotted eagle owl on its nest. Right, things seem to have calmed down a bit there. Let's go back to this Chapman paw, if you don't mind. The young bull sitting right below the battaliers, naturally behind a stick. Let me move back a bit. There we go. Pillay, it's not possible to answer that question. I know it seems like a totally normal question, but it's not possible to answer it. And the reason that it's not possible to answer it is that Djuma is too small to have a population of elephants of its own, and it's part of an open system. So Djuma is 1,200 hectares, which would cover probably about a 20th the home range of most elephants. And so while the elephants of the Kruger Park area and the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Park, the population of those elephants definitely growing. On Djuma, you can find 0 elephants for sometimes a few weeks, and then sometimes there'll be hundreds. It just depends on what food's available and various other things that we don't necessarily understand. So, on a whole, in the system to which Djuma belongs, the elephant population is growing, yes. But on Djuma, because it's so small and because the size of elephant territories or home ranges is so vast, you can't really say whether Djuma has a growing population of elephants or not. And it's rather the same, even at a place like Ngala, which is 15,000 hectares, 10 times the size of Djuma. Even on a reserve that size, you wouldn't say the population's growing or not growing because it's part of a much bigger open system.
these hyenas have now, the other one has moved off with the carcass, and these are now feeding off some of the remains that were left in the grass. Now that young male leopard, we can't see him now, but I'm hoping that he'll pick up his head again. But as soon as the other one started dragging the carcass, he immediately popped up his head to see where that hyena was off to. So with these ones moving, one just lie down. So let's see if we can see him from here. It is hard to spot, but you'll notice a dash of white right in the middle of the screen, like a little faint color. That's him lying down right there. You can hear this one hyena. Looks like it's possibly just telling the other ones not to get close. There's one that's moved slightly closer, and it just doesn't want the other one to be closer. That one's lying down there now, and the one that's just moved in front of us with the carcass. Just look at how big that belly is now. There's barely anything left of this impala. All that's left is basically just part of the ribs and then the horns and a piece of skin. That's all. So as I said, we're basically waiting to see if that young male leopard is going to put up his head again, or if these ones leave, if that male leopard is going to come and probably grab the last little bit of scraps. But we'll have to see. Being patient here is going to be the key for us to hopefully see what's going to happen. Randy, with hyenas, they're not closely related to dogs. Somewhere, like if you had to follow the line up, they would somewhere along the line fall into it. But on a closer scale, the chances are that wild dogs will be more related to dogs that we know, and not so much hyenas. I know there's a lot of research being done to try and figure out if hyenas are actually more related to cats than actual dogs. But I'd love the viewers to hear their opinion about it and see if there's anyone that has heard about that theory before. I'd love to know from some of our viewers what you think. So this one has the leg of that impala and is now feasting away at it. Look at how it basically uses two front paws to hold it down while it can then like feed off of it. Just make it easier. Okay, so this other hyena's picked up the carcass. So I'm just hoping that if this one starts moving with the carcass, that male leopard is going to look up. Okay, so these are moving. Okay, from here on, the leopard doesn't have his head up yet, but let's maybe just go towards him as soon as they start moving. Okay, this one's dragging. Okay, let's see if he picks up his head. See what's the excitement about. Not yet. Making it is incredible sounds to hear. Now for me, we're not having a very strong stomach. It's not always the best sounds, but it is absolutely incredible to see how a hyena has that bite force and the capability of chewing through such hard bones. And look, there's barely anything left of that. And that's a hard bone. Look, there's barely anything left of that. Look at how quickly that hyena is chewing through that bone. So the hyena's moving. Let's quickly have a look at that leopard. So you'll see he just picked up his head now after hearing those hyenas moving. You might see his ears. Oh, there he is. He's like, I can't believe they're moving away with that carcass of mine. So let's see, maybe because they are going off, he'll eventually... Oh, he's coming closer now. That other hyena has now basically dropped the carcass probably 20 meters further back than where they were originally. TI is trying to figure out exactly where the others are. So he's still keeping his distance because he knows, like, even if he had to go and try and grab that carcass, he's not capable of being able to fight off at least 3 or 4 hyenas. There's no way for him to be able to do that. So he just has to patiently watch them and hoping that the hyenas would have left either a bite or 2 behind, which is very unlikely because hyenas will probably finish up all of it. See how he's just using this tree as a bit of cover, putting something between him and those hyenas. But I'm definitely going to stay here for the next little while just to see, like, if eventually he's going to turn around and give up, or is he going to try and get closer.
Well done, Nikki, and do not go anywhere. Stay there, and I think you're winning the show this morning here during the sunrise drive. I've been moving around. I left my lionesses that were a bit flat, and I thought I'll just move on and possibly chance if I'm going to find a baby Jasiri. But in the meantime, I have found for you some birds on top of this tree, and this is the tree that we call the East African green heart. They don't look very well defined, but I'm sure you've been following us. You can easily tell what birds are these. And I want to pose you a little question, asking you what birds do you think are on top of this East African green heart tree? Hashtag World Earth on Twitter, at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. They look like silhouettes a little bit, and they are juveniles. They're not fully grown. They have not gone to adulthood, so they do not have the full plumage for you maybe to identify them 100%. But I'm sure you can look at them carefully as Bungay is trying to give you all the possible clues. Which birds of prey, or did I give you a clue already there? Yes. Which birds of prey are these? And maybe one more clue. They are sort of eagles. Please send your answers. Let me know who do you think they are. Look on the crest, on the head. The beak hasn't developed its full color to be able to identify this bird of prey as yet. I would say they are more juveniles than adults. And wonderful to see two of them together. Indigo Girl, you always amaze me with your answers, and very well done, Indigo Girl, and a very big jumbo from myself and Bungay. You have said these are Tswalu eagles. Very well done, Indigo Girl. And we all know most of these big birds of prey, martial eagles, and more so the Tswalu's, sometimes they take anything from 6 to 8 years before they can get full plumage. So my guess is these guys could be about 3-4 years, and they got another 2 or 3 years before we can see the normal white, the normal black, the normal orange on the legs and the beak to attain full plumage. Very good. Well done, Indigo Girl. I'll be moving on, and most likely I could be lucky this morning to find Jasuri. In the meantime, we'll be taking you to another location.
Here we have got a very popular elephant cow, namely Fang, which I don't really like as a name because it sort of conjures up rather more, what shall we say, dastardly impressions than is the reality for this gentle cow who we've known for many years. Fantastic elephant. Most likely the matriarch of this big herd, and you can see why she's called Fang, because of that recurved tusk. And how it is that she doesn't stab herself in the leg as she walks has always been a source of fascination for me, but I think she's just got so used to it that she manages to lift her head on time when it's important to do so. There are elephants absolutely all over this reserve right now. And just in case this is the first meeting for you with Fang, the, I suppose, most memorable sighting we had of her was when Tristan watched her having what we think was a miscarriage right near camp. Very traumatic, interesting, emotional, fascinating sighting about 3 years ago now, I think. And elephants are, they're difficult to recognize time and time again because they are not with you all the time. So they're not like the leopards where they become as familiar as pets in many respects. And so distinctive things like that recurved tusk are just great because it becomes possible to recognize an elephant you may have seen before. I know Tristan did see her on his last stint here, but I don't know how long it had been before that she last visited Juma with her herd. And I think that the little one behind her there, and Paul, if we can just go to the one just behind her, that's it. That's almost certainly her youngster. So one would imagine she would have fallen pregnant almost as soon as she had that miscarriage and then produced that little one. Very sweet.
Alrighty guys, this is just a clear testament of how the temperature has dropped this morning. Have a look at these little bat-eared foxes lying outside, just baking in the sun before it gets too warm, before they go into their burrow site. They'll have the burrow just there where they are at the moment. You can see the one is trying to hide from us, the one on the left-hand side. See how the ears are pulled flat? So that's a clear indication of them trying to not be too obvious. As you can see, that one on the right-hand side with the big ears. When their ears are up like that, they're relatively easy to spot. Not necessarily by us, but by maybe a leopard or so. You know, the funny thing is, unfortunately for these guys, in the Kalahari Transfrontier Park, which is just here around the corner from where we are, the bat-eared fox is considered to be one of the primary prey species for the leopard. Around here we don't have that much leopard activity, so not so much. But as you can see, with them being so small, not the friendliest bunch when it comes to having a big noisy thing close to them, or to know that we've spotted them. It's certain individuals that we sometimes have being able to view them up close, and they don't care about us too much. But where we are at the moment, with Tswalu being such a vast reserve, there's quite a lot of individuals in this area, quite in the far west, that doesn't see vehicles that often. So clear indication of them not being too comfortable with the vehicles around them running away now.
Very unlike the hyenas here in Djuma. They're so used to vehicles, even these little cubs. So we have Corky here, which is lovely to see. It's very quiet at the den. I don't hear much sound from the inside. Normally you might hear the cubs kind of squealing and squittering, but hopefully she's been feeding her little one. But as you can see, very peaceful. Just a mum chilling. Like I said, it's nice to see her at the den, because yesterday when we were here, we had all 5 cubs here. Ruben's 2, Heart's 2, and Corky's little one. And Ruben was feeding away. I suspect Corky comes to the den more often than we know, or than we see. Maybe she just waits for when it's a little bit quieter. I'm hoping the little ones will pop their heads up in a bit. She's a little alert, not too much, but she's kind of just looking around, possibly for other hyenas. That's one of the ways in which her behavior has changed since she was overthrown as matriarch. Understandably. You'll see that Ruben's behavior, she very rarely gets alerted by too many sounds around her, and that's how Corky used to be. But obviously that has changed, because she needs to be a little bit more concerned about what's going on around her. Alright, well, we're going to sit here for a little longer and hope that the cubs come out. I'm sure you all are hoping so too.
So we have that young male that moved all the way up into the tree to use it as a vantage point to see where those hyenas are. But he is now making his way down the tree. So let's see where he goes. Is he going to stay here? Is he going to decide to move on? Because the hyenas have really finished that carcass, all the little bit that was left. So he basically went up the tree. Nice, just staring back. I know that tree might be in the way, but if you give it some time, he might move away from it. If he decides to lie down, we'll reposition, see if we can get another view of him. It does look like he is making his way towards this tree. He's just hidden himself behind this tree and just gone to sit down. Oh, there he goes. No, he's lying down again. And it might be because those hyenas are still here, he'll be here for the next little while. Just patiently waiting for them to finish off and see if there's any scraps. There might be nothing left. He'll probably just go and check everything. And eventually from there, like, probably carry on and go either look for another hunting opportunity or look for something to eat or even just settle down further down till later on. But I can't agree with you more. What an epic day, especially as being a ranger, to be able to see all these amazing animals. But for now, with this leopard lying down like this, Gert and I will probably start heading on from here and see what other animals we can find in the area.
Jeepers, it's an amazing thing when your reserve is producing so much that you've decided to move on from a leopard-hyena interaction. Good on Ngala, on fire this morning. Fang is now feeding, as she was earlier. Well, I mean, she's an elephant, so she must feed all the time. But what this angle does give you is an idea of the imminent danger to which her right forearm is being subjected every time she takes a step forward. So if she turns her head again, you'll see how close it comes. And I think actually if you look, if she maybe turns around fully, there is a mark, if I remember correctly, on that right front foot. Not foot, on the leg. But it must surely limit the amount that she can move her head. I wonder if she'd thank you for sort of putting her to sleep and chopping it halfway down and resharpening it for her so that it wasn't quite so long. Probably not. She probably wouldn't thank you at all. Just in case anyone thinks I'm being serious, that's not going to happen. Nobody's ever had that thought. I was just saying to Paul that it's not warming up at all today. It seems to be getting cooler as the day progresses. There's another little group behind there having a fight or a little wrestle. Let me move forward slightly. There they are, unfortunately behind 7,000 sticks. There we go. There we go. Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Not sure if I was an elephant, I would like my friend to put his tusk where that one was putting it, tusks. Kellen, the election of a new matriarch takes place in the one man, one vote sort of system, where elephants under the age of 16 may not vote because they're not considered educated sufficiently, and any elephant over the age of 16 and without a very clear evidence of some sort of mental illness that should preclude them from voting is allowed to vote. The votes are cast by secret ballot, and the candidates, interestingly, well, this is where it differs from human elections. It differs in so much as that every female above the age of 16 has to be part of the elective process. So even though it's highly unlikely and it's a ritualized thing because they know pretty much that the oldest and biggest female will be selected as the next matriarch, all cows take part in the electoral tradition. Obviously, that's total garbage. The matriarch is simply the oldest and normally just the oldest female. Unless she's decrepit in some way, it'll normally be the oldest female. And remember, it doesn't come with any trimmings. There are no trimmings and benefits to being the matriarch of an elephant herd. It is a duty of responsibility. It is not a duty that brings with it bonuses and trappings of great wealth, like it does in a matriarchal society like the hyenas, or indeed in human society. Very seldom does a leader become a leader purely because they want to do some good. So elephant matriarch has a security and knowledge or teaching role. Yes, Guide Monkey, the trumpets sound. They have an inauguration for the new matriarch, and indeed all the other herds from the area come to witness and pay tribute and celebrate the election of a new matriarch to the herd. She makes a speech. She pledges allegiance to the good of all elephant kind, but more specifically her herd. She promises not to lord it over them, and she promises to listen to their input and be firm yet fair. And then, unlike with any such promises made by human elected leaders, she actually adheres to those promises. And they all have a big party. I think, like with most of these things, it just they slowly fall into it. So if a matriarch dies or leaves the herd, the next one, who has been the 2IC for a long time anyway, will just kind of take over. I don't think there's any formal acknowledgement. Right, we'll head off and see what else we can find now.
Look, we've just moved on the other side. I saw the little cub poke its head out. And it's been busy suckling on this side. So well behaved. Hello, little. So nice to see you. Oh yes, it's playtime now. Grey beard, you'd like to know how long this den has been inhabited? It's been a while, so this den was actually used with the previous litter as well. So that was 1.5 to 2 years ago. So it's been a long time, but of course I haven't stayed at this den the whole time. Now for the current litter of the new cubs, the first time we found them, they were at a den that's about 100 meters away. And then they moved from that den to this one for about a month and a bit. And then they moved back to the one that's close by and then back again. So they actually moved when I was on leave. So they've only been back at this one for about 3 weeks. Hey, Corky, what have you seen? Little one has just escaped back into the den. So they'll move around den sites quite often. In fact, for them to stay at one den site for a month and a bit, like they did when Ribbons 2 were born, is a long time. Because what ends up happening is the smell of hyena cubs just kind of permeate, and they need to move so that it doesn't attract any unwanted attention. But they obviously feel quite safe in this block because they've had 3 different den sites just in this block, all within about 200 meters of each other. Milk truck hasn't left. Can I get a little bit more? Oh, someone else poked their head out. Look at that little one. Poking its head out too. Wayne, you asked who is older, and Corky is older. Ribbon was born in about 2013, well, not about, in 2013, while Corky was born in 2009. Hearts out. This one looks like the male. It's amazing to see the size difference. So we only saw Heart's 2 cubs, what, about 2 weeks ago or so, or 3 weeks ago? And we've seen Corky's one from the beginning of July. But I wonder if Hearts are actually older than Corky's, we just haven't seen them. I'm not sure, they definitely look older. They're already starting to get spots, which will happen between 2 and 3 months. Look how they pop their heads up. if you can hear this low hum that Corky is making. Oh, Ribbon's little scamp has poked his head up too. About time. Yeah, so we first saw this cub, quite sure it was 7th of July, or give or take a few days. So another week or so, it's going to be 3 months old. That biggest, fluffiest one there. That looks like a shumbulu. I think he looks quite civet-like. Ribbon has come to join the party. That's what's been causing the attention. Look at Corky's face. Look at Corky's face. That's a very submissive behavior there. This is some of the most interesting times to be at the den. So you saw Corky's face there, that pulled back, smile, grimace. Oh! Ribbon's other cub, Ngwazi, has just joined as well, and actually came from the direction that Ribbon was in, so he had been accompanying Ribbon wherever she went. Corky still has that submissive face, even when Ribbon's cubs came through. That tells you how highly ranked they are. Andrew, you say an amazing interaction. Absolutely. This is the exciting bits. It's fun to see them nurse. It's very sweet, but this is the interesting stuff. Really interesting stuff. So Corky's walked off now. Ribbon has taken her place. Swan going to greet Corky. That was really, really nice. Wonderful interaction to share with you.
Wanarudi hapo hapo. Ndio wakati wa breeding. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We just saw some open bill stock there. They've just taken off, and I'm just hoping they're gonna come back. They're on that huge tree there. They're just following a bat. I want to show you something else. Let me just move forward a little bit. Those were open bill stock there. They've taken off, but I'm going to show you another stock in the Mara we got 8 stocks. Let me show another one that's not going to fly away. Are you happy there, Bunge? Okay. And all the calls you're hearing are from the Hadada ibis. And we got a stock there. And this is the yellow-billed stock. Happy that you had all the calls from the Hadada ibis. Now look at these stocks, how they feed. Push in the feet in the water, with the foot, disturb the water, and below their feet, they got sensors that are very sensitive, if that makes any sense. And that's what they'll use to pick up their prey, or that's how they hunt their prey. See that? Disturb the water, pick something that just moves, slight movement, hold on it, and then shoot the beak straight in there. What they'll be catching would be any sort of amphibians you may think of. Frogs. Sometimes they'll catch some crabs in there. Any invertebrates. Worms. See that? They don't move, or they don't cover so much ground in feeding. They tend to remain in the same area because they know patience is very important. I'm not sure in the background you can hear lots of frogs making a chorus. And I guess most of the frogs you hear are what you call the reed frogs. We've got about 8 species of stocks in the Mara, and I think of all of them, this one is the most colorful one. Well, I'll be moving on. As I told you earlier, I'm still looking for baby Jasiri as we take you to another live location.
It's interesting when you're watching stocks while they're feeding, because it comes in a very different behavior. We have a family of warthogs here. If you look closely, there's a mom there with teeny piglet. Now this piglet looks like they're about 3 weeks old. At this time of the year, we have lots of piglets, so these warthogs have given birth. How interesting thing I like about and know about warthogs is that the tiny piglets, when they are born, they stay in the burrow for about 2 weeks, and when they walk out of the burrow, they will eat their mother's dung to inoculate their guts with necessary bacteria that helps them digest food. So this family will stick together, and after 6 months, after they've gotten old, they get to mate again. Now when a female gets into estrus and comes to give birth, they walk into a burrow and put a nest of grass where they'll keep their babies warm. Look at how they are feeding. I like the way they feed because of their short neck, they have to bend their knees forward so that they can reach on the grass. Interesting thing also is that they don't browse or graze with their picking grass with their teeth. They always pick the grass with their lips, very hard lips. So in a family unit like this, you find that when the piglets are small, the male always accompanies them. And when they become old, then he will leave until to join the mother when she's ready to mate again. They'll prefer open habitat. So piglets or this kind of pigs will prefer sometimes to browse on twigs and leaves. Sometimes they eat fruits. They are known also to eat flesh. I've seen a couple of times when warthog eating a rat. Interesting kind of behavior. So we call them the omnivores because they eat both plant matter and they can eat meat. Sometimes you might even find them on carcasses, nibbling on bones and nibbling on the flesh. So this grassland here has short grass. The wildebeest have walked here, eaten almost completely the grass here. So this is a preferred habitat, a preferred place for this mother piglet and the father pig to raise their young ones here.
Oor 20 of... We're al so jong. Jesus, so laat basies 4 uur in die oggend opgestaan gym toe gaan.
Sorry about that, guys. But we are still here at the den. Corky's just there with her little one that's in the grass. Ribbon has moved off behind us. There was another adult with her. Look at how she's looking around. They all seem very unsure about something. It's not scared, it's not terribly alert, it's just a little bit unsure. Maybe they're expecting another hyena to join them. Corky's one has so much energy. Hello, you can come out. Incoming. It's such an eyeful to see all 5 of the cubs, plus Corky and Ribbon when Ribbon was here. So lucky. Oh, look at that. I'm not sure if that was an indication to move or if it was some affection. Louisa, you'd like to know if the hyenas will suckle each other's young. Call that allosuckling. Generally not. It doesn't happen ordinarily. However, there have been instances where a matriarch can force, in a sense, a lower ranking member to suckle her cubs. So it has been recorded. I think Jamie saw it in the Mara. I haven't seen it myself, but it is possible. However, it doesn't happen often. It's kind of nice to see the opposite happening here. Usually it's Ribbon suckling her too, and the rest just kind of looking around, hoping for some milk. Now it's Corky suckling with the other ones looking on. Look at her, full of energy and so strong. Sir 50, you'd like to know how common it is for a hyena to move back up the hierarchy. It is a very, very fluid thing. Hyenas can move up and down that hierarchy. It is not a solid thing. It's not a given that you're going to stay at the top. Of course, it's more difficult to move from the bottom to the top. But it is openly competitive. Any individual in the clan can move up or down that hierarchy. Obviously, we're talking with the females here. So it is common. I feel like Koki's the strict aunt or mum. Maybe that's why the little one has so much confidence. She just put the bottom of Ribbon Shimbulu there. She knows she's well protected by Mum. She's a very confident little thing. I feel like if they had a lid for this den entrance, Corky would be closing it very often instead of plugging it with her bottom half, which she likes to do too. They're going in and out, in and out. So I'm going to sit here and watch what else happens, see if any other hyenas come to join at the den.
Hyena pups are so cute, especially when they're about nearly a month old. We have our common ostrich, or the Maasai ostrich, walking out in the plains while grazing. Now the ostrich sometimes can eat up to vertebrates, and sometimes you can see them eating stones to help them digest their food. Look at how pink his legs and neck is. This is because he's on the breeding plumage. When the ostrich is about to mate, or when it's in the breeding plumage, they tend to brighten in color like most birds do. So the significant thing that you can see on ostrich is the pink legs and pink neck, and the feathers become extremely black. This species is common here in the Masai Mara, extending all the way down to Serengeti. But in northern Kenya, we have another species called the Somali ostrich. This difference between the two species is simply the color of the neck and the legs. The Somali ostrich has bluish grayish neck and also legs. So these two species have same color feathers. While this ostrich is walking out here in the open, it's very cautious also. Sometimes they fall prey to lions and cheetahs. I've seen a coalition of about 4 cheetahs taking down an ostrich. Now they can run very fast, about 50 or 55 kilometers an hour. This, I can tell you, I witnessed because when I was about 10 years old, I was hunting in the open plains and I came across a cluster of eggs. I decided to take one egg home. I tell you, that was almost the day I lost my life. This ostrich chased me for more than 200 meters until someone shouted to me to drop the egg. And that was how I narrowly escaped from being kicked by this ostrich. They have a unique kind of kick called almost like the karate kick, which they use to defend themselves sometimes from predators and even when they're fighting their own. So big males will own up a very big territory, attracting females, and they take turns when the females have laid eggs to sit up on the eggs. So simply the color depends on what time of the day or night they will sit on the eggs. So the males take turns at night while the females rest on the eggs during the day. How nice to see this.
So alrighty guys, not much has changed since we were here a little earlier. We went and did a little loop, which is when we saw those bat-eared foxes quickly, just to see what else is in the area as well. But as you can see, the little cubbies are still just ducked into that little burrow over there. You can just see the tops of their heads as they're cuddling with one another, trying to stay warm. I do think that, well, they say that this is going to be probably the last day of this cold spell. From tomorrow, we're going to go into the 30s again as far as day temperatures are concerned. So hopefully then we'll get a bit of warmer weather. It is summertime now, or late spring, so we're hoping for that bit of warmer weather to bring in the rains and so on as well. But then these guys can also stop worrying about keeping warm and come out and play a little bit. Very, very, DVD weather for them. So Ron just had a question, how often do these cubs feed at this stage? Ron, typically, from what we've seen with this particular
Sorry about that, guys. But yes, still at the den. So Ribbon has most definitely moved off. Corky is still here. He's just licking Mum there. Hearts too have found a toy in the form of dried grass. Oh. Look at this. I can give Mum some grooming too. Thought we almost had an explanation for why Corky's ears are so tatty there. Maybe all her cubs have been chomping on them. Very, very cute.
Here we have got a herd of zebras. And they are on Tswalu, which is where we are. The reserve south of Djuma. And the reason we're here is that there is rumour of Sibui, the leopardess, and her 2 cubs coming this way from the south. And we've seen the vehicles in the sighting to the south of where we are. But as yet, the leopard is probably about 300 metres south of the boundary. But definitely worth us hanging around for a little while as these zebras demonstrate their shyness for the camera. That one's got very pronounced shadow stripes. Gorgeous, really world-beating sighting, this one now. Fantastic, just improving it slightly, that zebra, by moving forward. Let me sneak forward a bit more so that we can turn it into an even more world. There we are. Oh, there's some impala with them. Also nicely hidden behind 7 million sticks. Lovely calls of the hoopoe all morning. Oot, oot, oot. Oot, oot, oot. Oot, oot. Oot, 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 oot, oot.
Sounded like quite a good imitation of that African hoopoe. So, like if you look down where the dead branch is, just above it, you'll see there's some more African wild dogs. Now, what's quite amazing today here at Ngala, this is not the same pack we saw this morning. This is a pack of 13 wild dogs that are on our eastern side, close to one of the big water holes. And if you look at that one right in the middle, facing the opposite way, you'll notice there's a lot of blood around the face. So earlier on, they were successful in hunting an impala. And I don't think the hyena stole it from them, but after the kill, they came down, had a drink, and decided to go and lie down. You'll see there's a nice patch of sand there. Also quite full belly. So this is a different pack to the one from this morning, and they don't have any youngsters. There are quite a few younger members within this pack, but it's not the same as this morning. But just look at the water where we are at the moment. So this is the one sometimes we do find elephants coming down to drink because it's nice and cool. There's a good chance that if it warms up later on that some other animals might come and drink, but at the moment it's still nice and cool. And there was an impala earlier on the opposite side that came and had a drink, and then immediately when they spotted the wild dogs they ran off. There's a few hippos in the water, but they just disappeared, can't really see them. But just so nice to be able to see these different packs of wild dogs, especially this morning. It's just been a real treat going on the drive. You might just listen, or it might sound like a whistling sound or a hooting sound in the back, and that's just basically the wind blowing over us. The wind is slowly starting to pick up. It is overcast. There's maybe a chance of some rain later on, but for the time being it's still nice and cool weather. These wild dogs might just be using this opportunity because the wind is strong. They've already fed, they've drank some water, so there's no need for them to move anywhere soon, so they'll probably just lie down here for the next little while, and then from there on start moving again. Where to? I'm not too sure. Maybe into more areas looking for opportunities to hunt. Only later on though. But for now, just relax. Some of them, see the one right at the back there, the way that it's positioned itself. Now the back is actually facing from in the direction where the wind is coming from. So he's lying down facing downwind. So it's pretty smart, because if anything, like let's say for example they're big predators like a lion, if they had to move behind the wild dogs, they'll be able to smell it. But if these lions would approach from downwind, the the wild dogs will be able to spot it and then immediately get up and start moving away. Sarah, it's a very good question. It might be in some cases where you can find like a pack joining up together and then moving away again. But in this case, I personally on Ngala haven't seen that. So sometimes when the pack moves into an area, the other pack tends to move away. But also, like, while we are talking about different packs and possibly also different predators, so I had a bit of a read again. Remember we were talking about what is the bite force of a hyena, and I remember seeing something like around about 600, but that was for a lion. The hyenas actually have such a strong bite force, over 1,000 psi, which is incredible. Now, look at these two moving closer to the water. Now, it might be that if they start moving, that the rest of the pack could get up and start following them. And what's interesting about a wild dog pack is, so the whole pack is led by an alpha male and a female. And it's the alpha male that, and females. So I lost my train of thought there because I was just looking at one of the dogs moving at the back. But just to get back, so the alpha female is the one that will have all the youngsters. And it could be a lot of youngsters. Like the ones we saw earlier, there were almost 10 youngsters. But they can have as many as 17, 18 youngsters at a time. And then what will happen is the whole pack will then look after those youngsters. And it's only going to be roundabout once they get to roundabout close to a year where they'll be able to participate or start participating in the hunts. But it depends on a lot of variety of different things. I mean, that will probably be the average. Sometimes it could be earlier on and it could be later on. All depends on the size of the pack as well as the numbers. Because sometimes if there's a lot of adults within it, the youngsters, it could take longer for them before they eventually start joining the hunt. However, once they get to 6 months on, they will move with the pack as they move to hunt. And only once they see something with the youngsters be left behind with someone to look after them, while the adults go and hunt and then call them back. But for now, I'd love to spend some more time with these wild dogs and see if they head anywhere, or if they're going to decide maybe to settle down here for the rest of the day.
So, alright guys, so sorry for earlier. We had a quick technical difficulty. But Ron, if you're still with us, that question that you had about how often these cubs sleep at this stage, they sleep quite often, eh? I want to say, with them being babies, sleep is key for them at the moment, to grow and to, as soon as they fall asleep, that metabolic processes, they just get enhanced. Their body switches off and they can really put a lot of energy into doing what they need to do best at the moment, and that's get bigger. So sleeping probably around, I want to say at least 10 hours a day, and active for around maybe 20 hours. So not necessarily always sleeping like they are right now. They're just completely aware of their surroundings, but just not doing much. So sleeping quite a bit, as most babies do. Only being really active when they've had a full belly of milk and the temperature is right and maybe mom's actively moving them, and then they'll play and run and do all of those things. But like on a morning like today, when it's nice and cool, or cold, actually it's not cool, you find them doing more of this. Mom's also just relaxing, enjoying the cooler weather before the summertime comes and it gets to that 45 degrees where you don't really want to do much. But yeah, just beautiful being able to see these little guys. And yeah, guys, so what we'll do is we're gonna stay with them for maybe about another 10-15 minutes, see if they do want to wake up. The sun is baking nicely now, so it is getting a little warmer. The breeze is still cool, but it is getting a little warmer, so maybe they want to come out and just bake in the sun for a little bit, and we can get a better look at them. If not, we're gonna start moving on and see if we can find something else. But yeah, beautiful, and so interesting. For me, I'm still quite amazed by the fact that they are in the burrow. So it's always special when you get to see something that you haven't seen before.
Very well done to see cheetah cubs. And anytime we go to Tswalu or the Kalahari Desert, it reminds me of the meerkats. And that was my meerkat that has just gone in that particular termite mound hole. And those were the banded mungus. And I think that is their home. And there's one female that has been calling for like 5 minutes. Krr, krr, krr. Krr, krr, krr. And either she's trying to call her baby because the way she behaved earlier, she was in kind of some distress. And sometimes when the babes comes out, they disappear in the grass when they're foraging. And, well, they have decided not to come out. But if they do, maybe we'll show you more of those striped mungus, sometimes you call them. But personally, I like calling them the banded mungus. Well, my current plans now is to go and swing by the lionesses that were feeding, and we'll want to update you what's happening there as I'm waiting to talk to the game warden on the update also of baby Jusiri. We'll take you to another live.
So we have been doing a bit of driving around Pride Lands, just seeing what we can find. And what we have found is this group of impala. I mean, we've seen a few other things here and there, but these impalas were acting a bit strange. They were sort of all staring in one direction and bunched up together. Now, it is a bit windy, and it must have been quite a dark night with all these clouds. But they seem to be calming down now. But what's interesting is this one impala seems to have suffered an injury. It doesn't look super fresh, but it definitely looks like it was attacked by something. It doesn't look like a mange type of situation. And also on its nose, it also looks like it's got a bit of damage there. I wonder if it wasn't maybe attacked by something, not so long ago, because it's not completely healed yet, and it managed to escape, which does happen occasionally. I've seen it many times where a predator looks like it's got a sure thing, got all the holds right, but just slips and struggles and then manages to get away. So this impala maybe is one of those survivors. It's managed to escape at some point, a bit of a nasty situation. But they're up on this hill, and there's still a few of them that are looking around quite intently down the hill a little bit. Now, one of the other vehicles that's out on Pride Lands at the moment did say that they were not 100% sure, but they think they had spotted maybe some lion tracks in the area. And so we wonder if maybe these impalas have smelt or spotted the lions at some point in the last little while. Well, they seem to be settling down. They're sort of looking around. There is another vehicle in the sighting with us at the moment. It's wonderful to see how their camouflage works. And some of these impalas, the females, so you can see these are females in the screen now, have got big bellies. I don't know if you can notice that. So their bellies are quite large. I think that they're fairly pregnant at the moment. Or this one, oops, sorry to have disturbed you. She's busy going to the toilet. But they're very pregnant at the moment. Now they're probably going to give birth around late November, sometime in December maybe, when the rains have fallen and the grasses are growing. So their bellies are getting quite big now. Pregnancy is well on its way into its final stages, which is good to see. And as you know, impalas are one of the most successful of all the antelopes because they have this breeding strategy where they all drop their lambs quite simultaneously. It's to do with the breeding behavior. You know, the males fight for dominance over a small herd. Like this, we've seen one male in this group, and he would have mated with them all, you know, about 6 months ago now, over a very short period of time, and then they'll all give birth pretty much at the same time. Jamie, that's a good question, and it completely depends on the situation. This impala here that I don't know where it is now. It's sort of just managed to move away from the screen. I think it's a little bit more on the right. But anyway, it might take a while. It depends on how much food they're getting, if it's nice and dry. You know, if it's very warm and moist and they're not getting plenty of food, it can remain infected and be slow to heal. Oh, the male is doing a phlegm and grimace. Look at that. That's quite funny. So this male is sniffing all the females because now they're going to give birth soon. So there's lots of hormones happening. There's lots of physical changes happening to them. So the male is just sniffing to see their particular reproductive state right now. Anyway, so Jamie, it could take a while, but most animals heal much faster than humans do. They're very hardy creatures, very good at resisting, you know, disease and injury. And so hopefully this one is going to be on the mend very soon. As you can see, they're starting to move back towards the hillside just on the right there. Probably going to take shelter from this wind that's happening. It's nice and cool. We're actually expecting rain in the next few days, which will be very exciting. It'll be our first decent summer rains if they fall, and then we're going to see a very drastic change in the amount of food that they've got. And then, Jamie, maybe this impala will heal a lot quicker once there's lots of fresh green growth. It doesn't matter if it's leaves or grass. Impalas can eat a little bit of everything. And you can see, it's amazing watching them move like this. You can see the little dark patches on their ears and along their tail as well. And these are often helping each other to follow through the grass when they are on the move like this, especially in this very dry environment.
So earlier on, a hyena came running in amongst these wild dogs, and it looked like it was a carcass of a nyala that it just grabbed and ran off. And so the wild dogs went to investigate, eventually realized there wasn't much to do with that carcass, and now having a bit of a play. Now let's see where they move to, because currently or earlier on we saw some impala just in the back. Now, I'm sure they won't, I won't guarantee it, but if there is something they might just try and go for it. However, looks like some of it started to go and lie down, so they might just be resting here for the day. Oh, there's still some scraps from that carcass that's left. But I'll try and see if there's maybe another view that we can get of these wild dogs.
I can't really tell the exact. So we're here in the Mara watching these Daka boys or old bulls that can't keep up the pace with the rest of the herd, so they remain in this kind of territory. So I want to get to a viewer who really asked me a question on how many prides we have in the Mara. Thank you so much for your question. That was really, really a good test for me. So we have about 50 prides of lions in the Mara, but then we have a few breakaways. So 50 prides. So Mara is big. We have the Conservancy here, and then we have the Greater Mara, and then on the outer parts of the Game Reserve, we have the Conservancies. So altogether, we have more than 50 prides. But then, some of the prides have broken away. So we have breakaways, and we have about 50 more prides to get to your answer. Now, back to our old boys here. They are not far from the river. They are enjoying this grass here, which is much soft. These bulls don't walk a long distance, so their territory is about 3 to 4 kilometers wide, where they'll be walking within this area, going back to the water, to the marshes, where the grass is more soft, moist, and easy to chew and digest. Now look at them. Look at the one that to the right is really lost far. So when they go to the water and they find some little mud pools, they will roll in the mud so that they have that protective layer which covers their skin to protect them from biting insects. Hence the name Dagger Boys or Mud Boys, where they cover themselves with mud. So you can really tell how old the bulls are, because when you look at where the horns lock, we call that a boss. Look at how rugged and rough, chipped off. So that tells you that he has been in so many fights. Could be predators fighting over lions, other bulls, especially when they are trying to mate, which is interesting. See how their ears are rugged, chopped off from walking into the bushes, and sometimes when they're fighting other bulls. He looks a little bit skinny, but then he has some few of his members to protect him, because I'm definitely sure when a lion pride comes across this herd, they will go for the weak, and I think he's one of the weakest. So I'll be heading down slowly, headed to the river to see if we have some good news.
This is a very interesting kudu sighting we're having here, because this kudu cow is A, on her own, and B, seems to be almost drunk. She's walking very slowly, very ponderously. She's feeding fine though. Maybe she's just very chilled out. But I wondered if maybe she had been sick, or is sick, or had eaten some mushrooms that had left her slightly, well, hallucinating, or less than steady on her pins. Well, we got right up close to her, about 2.5 meters away, which is unheard of for kudu. Maybe the thought of Monday morning's just all too much for her, and so she's taken to whatever stimulating plants she can find out here. As the wind continues to blow out of the southeast, the doves are calling. Tswalu, the leopardess, I'm afraid, went further west and so didn't come close to where we can drive, alas. You see what I mean by her movements? They're very slow. And she's now kind of breathing quite heavily, almost as if she's not quite gasping, but she seems to be slightly short of breath. I mean, she's quite skinny, but I think she's quite old too. I don't think she's a youngster anymore. Skin condition isn't that bad. In fact, it's pretty good. Judy, yeah, that's positive, at least possible. So what happens is that tannins, especially in times when there's not much else to eat and kudu are forced to eat tannin-rich leaves, the tannins stop up the digestive system, and that will obviously compromise their ability to take nutrients and pass waste and that sort of thing. I just don't know why that would be the case this year, because there's quite a lot of foliage left over, and in fact a lot of the trees have started flushing already, earlier than they did last year. And you'd expect it perhaps in an area where there were a lot of mapani trees, where that was the only forage left. But I think there's a lot of variety around here, and no mapani, so I would have thought that unlikely, but definitely not impossible. Just very slow movements. And that stop where she's just stood there and breathed quite heavily. It's not something you see all the time. Now is around the time of the year you'd expect them to see them sucking, you'd expect to see them sucking on bones in order to supplement phosphorus and calcium. Very interesting as she disappears behind an enormous pile of sticks. And we shall continue. Are you ready, Impo? Let's carry on. See what else there is out here.
We just repositioned the vehicle to see if we can get another angle on these wild dogs, and they all, well, some of them have just gone down and or started laying down under some of the bushes, and then of course a few in the sand in front of us. You'll see the one standing there still scanning the area. Now, I wonder what this wild dog would have seen, because I'm trying to look on the opposite bank and I can't see anything. But earlier on, when there was might be even those Egyptian geese coming closer. Just how's that for a scene? Being able to sit with wild dogs at a beautiful waterhole. And they are so smart because they know that animals need to come down to drink, because this is the only water within this area. So animals are forced to come down. Even if they don't come down to drink immediately, they need to be in the area. There's a Tswalu eagle just above the wild dogs now. It's probably looking out for scraps. I'm trying to see, there it is. So notice the very short tail, quite broad wings, just flew over us now. What's interesting though is that sometimes when wild dogs move, a bird that you can, or a few birds that you'll often see with them is battalias, as well as some of the hooded vultures. Now the battalias, of course, if they make a kill and there's often a bit of scraps, because unlike hyenas, they won't necessarily eat all of the impala, but then whatever remains is often what the vultures, like you can see now. Let's have a look and see if we can possibly figure out which vulture this would be. Might be the white-back vulture. Now it's hard to tell them apart, especially in flood and if the light isn't as great as today, but just knowing by the one that we most common see in this area, probably the white-back vulture. The leopard face slightly bigger. Hooded vulture has a very thin bill, so it's definitely not one of those. And the white-headed vulture, a lot more black underneath with a contrast of white. So definitely, possibly either Cape vulture or the white-back vulture, but because there's a few of them around, most likely the white-back vulture. And often with birding, it's quite a challenge, especially being able to, when species look very similar to one another. So the process of elimination is what we use in order to minimize it or limit it down to only a few species, one or two maybe, and then from there on, look at the smaller features that will be able to help us identify them. But I do love African wild dogs, especially the energy that they show whenever and the excitement. Whenever they get ready to hunt is when they call and group together. And eventually from there they'll start running to whatever they might be hunting. And of course from their appearances, I love those big round cup-like ears. I love the colors, the white at the end of the tail. KB, I've read a few different things about the success rate. I mean, from some people saying up from 50% up to 70%, some that say is from 70% onwards. But on a general consensus, I'd probably say the with wild dogs in particular, probably 80%. So if they hunt 100 times, 80 times of that 100, they'll be successful. They're really good hunters. Probably from all the predators that we find in Angola, the most successful.
Good morning, stations. Can I give a silent good morning, please?
But such a beautiful sighting, so I'm just going to sit here for a little while longer and enjoy this.
Nikki, I'm still very proud of you today. And talking of success rates of predators, I think lions, I would give them a success rate of about 30%. Out of every 10 preys they'll try and hunt, maybe they'll only get 3 down. Now, the lionesses that we had before, and for those of you who could be joining us now, this is the River Pride, and you can see how she is panting there. It's just because of the heat of the day. They have dragged the carcass, you may not believe it, about 100 meters to under this fig tree here. We have always said leopards are strong, they've got very strong neck muscles, but I think lions are equally strong, because I do not think they have eaten more than 50% of from what I left earlier in the morning, and maybe giving that zebra about, 450 pounds? You would imagine dragging it about 100 meters or 100 yards. They've done a very good job. And again, the whole idea is to keep it fresh, number one, conceal it, from the would-be other predators to pick it up, hyenas or wild dogs or vultures. But also where it was or where they did the kill yesterday was in an open area, and even for the lions, it could have been too hot for them to stay there the whole day, and especially for the cubs. They must have stayed there overnight, guarding the kill. And you can see that one lioness just went a little closer to about 2 meters or so, or 1.5 meters from the zebra. They may spend the rest of the day under the shade of that tree. You can see how they're panting. And as it cools off, they'll start devouring the trophy from yesterday morning. I haven't been able to find the other 2 females in this pride. And you can see this one just panting. At one point, I've been expecting a male to come and join this party, but I haven't seen any. And this may not change until maybe later in the afternoon, when it may cool off or it starts raining, and they'll start feeding on the zebra. Remember, we're coming to you live. Should you have any questions or comments, please send them through to #WorldEarth on Twitter or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. Youngsters, you may also do the same. Kids' questions at worldearth.tv. Well, and assuming this might remain like this for the next, couple of hours, I think I'll just be heading out, continue searching for Jasiri, and we'll definitely be seeing you later as maybe we take you to another location.
So alrighty guys, not much activity on the side. We just wanted to come and quickly give you an update. These 2 just popped their heads out now. I do think they'll come out a little later, but what we are going to do is we are going to start moving on. We just wanted to show them to you one last time. There you can see he's popping his head back down again. So very, very lazy this morning. They know they don't have to worry about a thing. Mom's around. She's just relaxing behind the bush there, and they can take an easy Monday, which is not something that we can do often. So, enjoying the childhood part of their job at the moment. But yeah, what I do think is we're going to start moving on, see if we maybe come across something else. There, they're actually moving around a bit now. But yeah, we'll finish up here and then see if we can find you something else. There was yesterday, there was 2 other male cheetahs close to a waterhole which we are going to be driving past, so we might bump into them. With it being so cold this morning, we might get lucky and even find maybe an aardvark that's still out or something like that. Not that it's a guarantee. They typically operate during the night now during this time of the day, but there's always a possibility. And you can see there they're ducking down again. But yeah, just a beautiful morning spent with these little guys, and we're gonna So Edna just had a question. What enables a cheetah the ability to run so fast? So Edna, there's a couple of things that plays a role over there. First things first is with cheetahs, they gave up quite a bit of muscle and bone density. So their bones are almost flexible, not as thick and strong as what you'd find with like a lion or so. So their bones can bend a little bit, which enables their spine to actually bend the wrong side. So they can arch their backs, in the wrong direction towards their belly, which enables them to give huge strides also not having as much muscle around these bones, they can move their legs relatively fast. So they can take about a 12-meter stride if they're at full speed, and do so relatively quickly because they can move their legs that fast. They're also built very aerodynamically. I don't know if you've seen, well, when you're looking at these little guys, you can see the head is nice and round. Very aerodynamic, almost like a cycler's helmet. And the entire body is built in that almost like a pipe shape, so that when they do start running, they cut through the air with the least amount of resistance. So, but yeah, okay, the main thing, that long legs, the thinner or the less thick bones, which makes it flexible, and then the ability for them to bend their spine backwards to a certain extent so that they can, give those long strides when they're at full speed. And then also the very important thing for them is, whilst moving at those incredible speeds, I mean, the fastest that I've heard of a cheetah being recorded was 124 kilometers an hour, which is immense. They don't often run that fast. They typically clock around 100 Ks, but I mean, that's still fast enough. The big thing is, the things that they hunt don't necessarily always run in a straight line. So with that being the case, when the gazelle or the antelope ducks and dives, doing those zigzags, that very long, heavy tail of them, they use like a balancing beam to be able to turn at these great speeds without tumbling over and falling and so on. So yeah, to come back, aerodynamics, the fact that they don't have as much muscle, and then the ability for them to bend their spine is what enables them to get those big strides and the quick strides in.
Well, I think we saw a male, it might even be this one, mounting about a month ago. It was Seb's first time on Pride Lands, and he'd never filmed it before, and we just literally filmed this giraffe from start to finish.
I've even seen it. I've seen them.
No, this one, we did a long segment. It was about 15 minutes of just, the giraffe trying and testing, and then eventually did the full mount.
Sorry about that, guys. Now you have me driving, and I was just thinking to myself that I hadn't completed a conversation that I was having with you. Not yesterday morning, the morning before. It was about green and green leaves and pigment like that. I was just thinking about it and thought I need to finish talking to you about it. So here's a lovely example of some green leaves. And my question to you was why we think green seems to be the color that trees on the planet have chosen. And it sent me off on a tangent when I just got a little bit of information, and then I ended up going in a little bit of a dark black hole of information here, and I wanted to share it with you so desperately. So the reason we know that green is caused by the chlorophyll, that is the green pigment in the leaves of plants today. And green, or green-yellow spectrum, is what the sun actually pushes out most of. So what you're seeing is the plant reflecting the most energy that the sun is sending. So that seems counterintuitive, because you think that the plant wants to absorb all of the sunlight and all of the frequency. But in fact, it's reflecting the largest band of it. And by reflecting green, it's actually absorbing red, and it's absorbing blue. And that's important because having an influx of the sunlight can actually damage and burn the plant. But there's more to that, and we'll chat about it in a bit. This time I promise to get it done before drive ends.
Here in the Mara River, we have hippos in the water, and in the background, on the edges, we have a crocodile. These two are enemies. So the hippo being a herbivore and the crocodile being a carnivore, they don't coexist. But since they share the same water, they respect each other's territory. Oh, look at the hippos there. There's a little bit of some squabble there. We have a mom with calves keeping off the big bull away from the calf. So sometimes these hippos can be injured by the older ones, so the mamas always take care and keep them safe from them. Now this line, or maybe that stretch, can be owned up by a big hippo bull like him out in the water. So he just got pushed off, or maybe he was not happy in the water. Then look at, there's a sandpiper up on his back to eat some flies. So hippos bulls always own up a big territory comprising of maybe 30-kilometer stretch along river or maybe at a lake. Young bulls will not be tolerated. So this one here means that the bulls there, or the younger males, always have to be submissive to the big bull. If a rival comes in, he has to be kicked off. And sometimes these younger bulls will come later on to challenge the dominant bull out of the territory. The crocodile there also have their own hierarchy of also their territory, where younger males will not be allowed closer to the big males. And if that happens, then there'll always be a challenge. So these two here always keep a close distance, keep an eye, because the crocodiles sometimes eat or kill the calf when they're born. Look at there. There's another big, massive croc. So this guy is basking, and it's just right by the path. I can see some zebras coming here, but I'm sure that when they see him, they'll not go across.
So okay guys, just as we decided, we are going to move off now. Mom decided the same, and now the mouse is boss. We're not going to stick with them long though, with Mom leaving. We don't want to be with them while she's not here. I'm going to go back a tiny bit so you can see it better. But yeah, so they, all three now, came out of that little burrow. Almost like being let off the leash. You have them like that, Glenn. There we go. So yeah, there you can now just see under the tree, all three little guys decided they're going to come and enjoy the view. Beautiful. But yeah, guys, like I mentioned, we're not going to stay with them long. We just wanted to show you how big they've gotten, and then we'll maybe come back tomorrow or the day after to see when Mom's with them. Maybe she's moving them again and so on, so that we can get a better look at them. So yeah, we're going to leave them now with Mom leaving as well. And yeah, just a nice surprise to be able to see them out in the open like this quickly before we have to leave.
Well, I've come to this particular sighting here because I just think it's very beautiful. I got a variety of species of animals here, but all of them are herbivores, so they have a commonality. I got giraffes, I got elephants, and I got zebras. And I think at one point I also had buffaloes. Not sure where they have gone. There's a baby elephant there. I cannot understand why she keeps running everywhere, leaving the mother, leaving the herd. I think they've found a nice spot for themselves to do a bit of bathing in the mud. They're doing a bit of mud wallowing there, which helps them to cool off. It's very typical for elephants. And look at how they're flapping their ears now. That shows you how hot it is currently here in the Masai Mara. So they need to keep doing that unless it gets very hot. That's why they're going to come out of this open area and maybe go backwards towards those thickets that you see there. So that one cow got one tusk, and I'm sure those ones there could be having a drink. Sometimes you see them splashing themselves with water. For the first thing they usually do is to drink. Very clever animals. Before they get in the water and maybe dirtify it, they first drink, get enough, and then using their trunk, scoop it, splash on their tummies, splash between the ears. The whole idea wanting to cool off. Not once I've said elephants are my favorite animals, like many other naturalists out here in the African wilderness. And of course, you can always see why we say that. Look at the ones there on the right. I do not know how big that mud wallow is for them, but I'm counting about 3, 4, 5 calves inside there, fighting for space and having the best of their lives. The zebra, as usual, staying in their strategic positions for safety. You can tell the one on the left or close to the screen is a male. The giraffes comes in the scene. This is exactly why I was telling Bungay on camera. This is a great sighting. And I'm about, 300 meters from the lions we were watching under that tree. So the mud wallowing sometimes will expand that particular hole they are in to benefit other animals. But to me, this is just more than one family of elephants here. There could be 2 or 3 families together. Though occasionally you see such big families here in the Masai Mara. Look at that beauty. This is what I call the magical Mara, and those are my buffaloes I was talking about there earlier. And also in the midst of the zebras, we also got toppies, the East African sesebes, swishing tails for the zebras is normal for them. Well, I'll be moving on. I still have hopes of catching up with Jasiri at one point, and we'll be taking you to another colleague of mine.
So we've been driving the drainage line that runs from Ndlovu Dam in a westerly direction. We've found a small group of giraffes and impalas and even some zebras, although the others have moved off now. This is a big male giraffe, and he's been moving quite steadily, and now he's stopped at a little clump of guaris. I don't know if it's the guaris that he's eating right now. I suspect it's something else, but if it is the guaris, it's very interesting, because a guari is a very unpalatable... It is a guaris that he's eating. That is so weird, because guaris are probably the least palatable of all the plants that we can find here. Tough, leathery leaves, not much nutrition, very, very bitter. But of course, there's nothing else green right now, so they're busy feeding on that. I guess that's all he can get. But it's been interesting to watch. We're actually hoping that we'd seen some tracks of a young leopard. We thought it was turned out to be a hyena, but still holding out hope that maybe Pixie Pan female and her cubs are around this area somewhere. This giraffe's being bothered by a red-billed oxpecker. And they can be quite bothersome at times. He's like really getting annoyed by it. The oxpecker's probably been quite aggressive, gleaning ticks from its skin around its face. And, you know, especially around the eyes there, the sensitive skin right next to the eyes. There's sometimes ticks there, and when the birds are trying to get to them, it can be very uncomfortable for the giraffe, even though they are providing a very valuable service. You can see those white behind the ears. There's 2 female giraffes that are in the area as well, just following up behind. I'm sure they're going to head into this area soon. We're just going to wait with this giraffe a little longer to see if the females join him.
We have a Wahlberg's eagle here, and it's particularly interesting because it's very low off the ground and only flew about 6 or 7 meters when we drove past. That's actually how I saw it. So we drove past and it just flew up and jumped onto this branch. Something is of great interest on this tree. It was dive bombed by a whole lot of drongos and white-crested helmet shrikes. I wonder if something's caught its eye. It's very interested. It's moving its head around, having a good look. What have you seen? Whatever you've seen hasn't run away from you, obviously. There's nothing in its talons. It's just gone over to another branch. But that's very interesting. It's quite obstructed at the moment. Very, very interesting. Perhaps it almost had a hunt on its hands, or on its talons. Also, speaking of white-crested helmet shrikes, do you remember around this time last year, I kept hearing, or maybe it was a bit later, I kept hearing these sounds that sounded like a Geiger counter. Tick, 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 tick. And I'm sure it was a bird. It was the beak snapping of white-crested helmet shrikes, just all in a flurry. Finally worked it out. It's just jumped back up onto the top of the branch again. Oh, it's a very odd angle. Something is interesting, yet I wonder what it's seen on the ground. Awesome, awesome find.
Guess what we've got? More elephants. They're absolutely everywhere, and I'm not complaining in the slightest. We love having them around. This particular herd is doing precisely what all the other herds have been doing. It's just moving in a slightly different direction. They're all very spread out now as the day slowly starts to warm a bit. And there's its friend, possibly its mother, but most likely its friend or cousin, just feeding off the last bits of nutrients available on the termite mound. We as yet have been unable to find any sign of a predator in this part of the world, although in terms of avian predators we did visit the spotted eagle owl that has its nest up on the bank of the river where we watched young sebwig grow and reach semi-maturity last year. And unfortunately, Rusty, this is the car we're on now, doesn't have signal there. But I'm sure Trish will go and check up in Wendy, probably this afternoon. Interestingly, what this elephant's done is that it's broken off pieces of that guarri bush and kind of left them, stopped eating them, and sampled the grass rather. Very few animals will eat those guarri leaves. And on we go to see if we can find some kitty tracks.
So back to the Mara River, we had hoped to come for a crossing, but now look at this type of crossing. This male giraffe looks like, oh, look, the crocs just went in the river. Got spooked by the croc. We had hoped to come across wildebeest crossing this river because there were tons yesterday. But what else do we find here? We come across this male giraffe that wants to cross. Unfortunately, he got spooked by the crocodiles. You can hear hippos splashing water and snorting out there. Those hippos are resting, having a sunbath. They also got spooked when this guy ran away. Unfortunately, he decided to walk out from the river, but he was determined to come and cross the river. Sometimes you see giraffes crossing the river, but they're always very careful and cautious because when they walk, the rocks that are on the bottom of the river sometimes slip and they can force them to slide and fall down. And that can be vulnerable for them to be caught by the crocodiles. Sasikathy, thank you so much for your question. How big is a giraffe's brain? Now, a giraffe's brain is, I would say, up to maybe about 3 kilos because of how big the skull is. It is not as big compared to other animals. So, not quite definite how big it is, but I suspect, my opinion, it's about almost 2 kilos, because a big skull is about 7 or 8 kilos. So you can imagine those big giraffes have to have big skulls because of how they fight, and this helps them when they give the big blows. So inside that, I can say it has about a 2 kilo. My opinion, though. So the giraffe has left, and we have hippos basking. It would have been nice to see the giraffe cross.
Well, we got a visitor here, and I want to be as soft as possible because there's a cow that has come to say hello to us. Not sure if she's the matriarch of this particular herd, but she's just come very close to where we are. But if you look at her carefully, she doesn't have any tusks. And elephants, so long as you're not very loud and you're just quiet, they'll just come, stop, come investigate you, say jambo jambo to you, and then they'll continue doing their thing. Just keep your ground, be quiet. You can see now she's just trying to investigate what I am made of. Not sure if she can smell the fumes and the diesel of this Land Rover. See the 2 babies that are coming up there. So I just want to go down a little bit and look at those 2 calves there. And they're just learning their ropes. And what are you made of? Who are you? How cute is this? I think they're just about 4 or 5 meters away from where we are. This is the beauty of my favorite animals, the elephants. Of course, they're right in the middle of the road. The animals have the right of way. And so long as you see what she's doing there with the leg there, sometimes they're always debating and thinking and talking. When you see them moving that one leg there, there's a lot of judgment that is going on. a decision maybe is made. He's picking up a rock there, just to play with the rock. Hopefully don't throw the rock to us. We can hear them pulling the grass from the ground. You notice now there's a second calf here, or elephant without tusks too. My guess is he's definitely over 2 years, but we see this a lot. That has a stump over tail. So tailless elephants, tuskless elephants, but definitely no earless elephants. Look at that baby there. Not sure where she's going to now. Come on, stay on the other side. Are you going to say hello to the other elephants on the other side? Not sure. Until they're 3 or 4, 6 months, they may not know what to do with their trunks, rather. Just being full of energy for most youngsters. Run, play. Just listen to them pulling the grass from the ground. I may not be surprised if this could be the matriarch in this particular herd, as much as she doesn't have the tusks. That doesn't rule her out. Age and experience, look at her ears, they're quite torn. So I think she's quite an old girl, and that would qualify her to be the matriarch for me. I could be wrong though. But if you look on the edge of her ears, they're quite torn. So what we're going to do, we're just going to leave these elephants here feeding as we move on, as we take you to another location.
We are with another elephant, obviously, and this particular elephant is nice and close by, so we can see exactly what she's feeding on. She's feeding on a knobthorn that seems to have entangled itself with a strychnos. In fact, I think it's a black monkey thorn, and she's I think definitely pregnant from the swelling on her belly, or the side of her belly, the side of her abdomen. And what I really enjoyed about watching this sighting is that she's so patient in the way she's systematically dismantling the bush around her or in front of her. Piece by piece. Slowly she's just taking what she wants, popping it in her mouth and unhurriedly chewing it. She's talking. I don't think to us, I'm sure to the other elephants around. Going. Obviously sounds nothing like that to each other. Sonia, an elephant has got the 2 tusks, which are the incisor teeth. And then in its mouth at any one time, it can have up to 4 molars. No, it can have up to 8 molars. it just depends at what stage they are of development. So it's got 6 sets of molars throughout the course of its life, and they grow in from the back, and so normally it'll have 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom on each side. Sometimes though, if one molar is particularly well developed and the other hasn't come through yet, they can have as few as 4 molars. So 1 on each side and 1 on top and bottom. Does that make sense? Very uncomplicated dentition in comparison with many other mammals. She's now leaning her backside against the tree behind her, which I'm sure is breathing in a heavy sigh of fear. Fazia, it really does depend entirely on how the elephant's behaving, on what your experience is, whether the elephant's approached you or not, whether you can move back or not, whether if you start the engine, it'll affect whether the animal behaves, etc., etc. There's no set rule for how close you should be to an elephant. The rules for elephants are never, ever, ever be complacent. So even though this elephant is totally and utterly relaxed with us, she hasn't lifted her head towards us or flapped her ears out, I'm still watching her very carefully and making sure that I assess her behavior on a continuous basis. So that's the one rule. The other rule is if you're slightly unsure, even vaguely unsure, increase distance. Just move away. So there's really almost never a situation that requires you to stand your ground or try and sort of enforce some sort of human dominance on the animal. So if you're feeling slightly unsure, don't be brave, just move away. And then the other thing is that if you are in a situation with elephants where they are uncomfortable for whatever reason, either because of you or because of, say, predators in the area or a big musk bull, then you need to make sure that you have what is known as a forward escape route. So in other words, if you have to start the car and move, you can go forward. What you do not want to do in any situation is to be reversing away from an elephant that is trying to have at you, because that is a disastrously dangerous situation to be in. Now, I do not have a necessarily good forward reverse route, at least forward escape route. I do now because she's moved, but that's just because I'm very comfortable with how she is. She's not showing any kind of aggression or anger with us. So now she's talking to us. She's looking at me, making that beautiful sound that they make. But she's still not indicating any discomfort. And there's also a lot of space for her to move away. You know, it's not like she's boxed in at all.
Hi guys, we just stumbled upon something really interesting. It was heart with a kill. Well, actually the skin of what looks like an impala. And she was just chomping away on it. There she is. And then she got spooked by something. And she ran away, and now she's moved it here. It's not a kill she's made by herself because it's just a raggedy piece of skin. So if you don't know, Heart is the mum of 2 of the cubs that we see at the den. I'm interested to figure out what has made this kill and where it is. Because she just got a little bit. And she got spooked by something as she was eating it, so I feel like something's still around. Yeah, she's still sniffing. This is so exciting. I love seeing stuff like this. So let's swing around. She might have actually left it alone because she's eaten the majority of what she could from it. Although there's still some skin on it. You know they'll eat pretty much anything. It looks like the type of piece that would have fallen onto the ground. But it would have been from a meal that a leopard ate, if it is a leopard ate most of. They could be lying so low, and in this grass, you just won't see it unless there's... She's on that side. Let's just get out of this block. Unless the animal gets up or there's an alarm call, you'll almost not see them at all. All right. I'm going to try and follow up and see if there's anything else exciting we can find here.
So here we come across birds that are sunning and warming up their feathers in this marshy area. We have sacred ibis, we have cattle egret, we have hammerkop that just left, we have the grey heron. Of course, so now here, when these birds are congregated like this, they are all waiting to feed. And as soon as it warms up, there's a very interesting behavior from the heron. We call them the umbrella birds. When it gets hot, the heron always spreads up their wing to create a shade cover. That's a black-headed heron. They create shade. So the tadpoles and the fish that come up for shade, they end up being caught by these birds. Very interesting behavior, so that they don't really tire looking for prey in the water. So all these other birds eating crustaceans, vertebrates, and small insects that are in the water. Very, very interesting to see. See how they're preening and grooming themselves? Look at the grey heron. So one difference between the grey heron and the black-headed heron is that when you look at the heron's back of the head, it's a little bit greyish. But when you pan slightly to the left, when Big James is going to pan slightly to see the black-headed heron, you see that the black-headed heron has a rather black and conspicuous lining on the neck, back of the neck. So these two species coexist, so they don't always fight. They are all happy because there's no competition over food. See the way he's snapping his bill? That is one way of communication. Very interesting behavior when you see these birds congregate together from different species.
We've also got a bunch of birds congregating together, just like in those marshlands. We've got a whole bunch of red-billed quelea, which I'm sure you've seen at Ndlovu Dam before. Now, these birds form vast flocks, and in fact, this year, I've seen flocks bigger than I've ever seen before. And they are busy massing up on the banks here. I'm hoping that they're going to come down and drink. Maybe we've seen in the last few days many thousands of them coming down to the waterhole all simultaneously. So I'm hoping that's going to happen again. It is a very cold and windy day, though, so the need for water is not as desperate as it is on those very hot, dry days. So it might not work out for us this morning, but I've always wanted to see and photograph these quellias. Now, they're seed eaters, so they're feeding on all the seeds that are falling at this very, very late stage of winter, early spring. Hopefully, we'll get so lucky to see them coming down to drink.
So we went back to see if we can find that male leopard. Another ranger spotted him, so he's moved from where he was last, but look at what he's feeding on. It looks like the skin of that impala from what that hyena stole. So he probably patiently waited for them to eventually move off. So he went and grabbed a little piece, dragged it up into a place where he had a nice vantage point, and now slowly, it looks like he might be picking the hair off the skin to probably just eat the skin. He's definitely, you can just hear how he's tearing away at it, just probably trying to take the hair off, so at least when he eats it, it's not just hair. But it might be something different to that impala. I'm just having another look at that skin, and it almost looks like the color of what would be a bushbuck, or either a nyala female. But I just want to try and see if I can clearly see it. It's hard because he lifts it and drops it the whole time. It does look like it might be a bushbuck. March up with the skin of that particular animal. I mean, you'll still be able to get probably some proteins out of it. I'm not too sure exactly the breakdown of nutrients within the skin of an animal, but I mean, it is classified as an organ. So I'm not too sure. There'd probably be, I mean, if it wasn't nutritious for him, he probably wouldn't pick the hair off in order to try and eat it. So I'm sure it has quite a bit of a benefit to him. And that's why he's taking that time and effort to pull the hair off so he can eat it. Just look at the area that he's decided to come and lie down. It's just such a beautiful view. Now, where he is now, he's lying on top of the bank, and just behind him, just look at the riverbed. Not as bad place to be eating a skin. I'm sure you probably would have liked a little bit more than that. And I wonder, did he steal that from another leopard? Maybe was it a kill from a while ago that he just found again, or how? Was it maybe the wild dogs that killed it and there was just a scrap that was left? I'm just not sure. Be interesting. I'd love to know what the viewers think about it. But he is definitely a very beautiful male leopard. Even look at the different contrast of colors between his, the inside of his back leg and against his head and shoulder. It's just been such an incredible morning. We were able to see all those wild dogs, the leopard, and who knows, where is he going to go from here? Maybe after this he might just go find a nice patch to go and lie down, and maybe he'll even go down to water to drink, or just be here for the next little while. So we'll just have to see where he goes.